Marilyn Mosby found guilty on one of 2 counts of federal mortgage fraud, the sentencing that she could now face. Governor Wes Moore will give his State of the State address, why some say there has been a shift in his crime message from when he first took office.
Temps are chilly right now. We'll take a look at what we can expect for the afternoon and the week ahead as well.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Wednesday, February 7th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, see how this day is shaping up for us. Good morning, Justin.
Morning, Meg. More of sunshine today and temperatures that'll be a little bit warmer. Let's go outside right now and show you what's going on early on your Towson camera, and mainly clear conditions to start your day. Statewide, our temps are mainly in the 20s as well. 27 in Baltimore City and Bel Air, 32 in Annapolis, and 28 currently in Westminster. So here's a weather story. Another chilly morning, a warmer afternoon ahead, and those temperatures today and for most of the rest of the week are going to stay above average. But it'll be cold if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Want to make sure to layer up. Back with your forecast in a few.
Thank you, Justin. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network as we take a live look at some of the highways across our region. No incidents to report and not a lot of volume out there here at this early hour. Former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is found guilty on one of 2 counts in her federal mortgage fraud trial. Throughout this trial, Mosby's defense team tried to convince the jury her ex-husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, hid financial information from her for years and that she did not knowingly lie on any mortgage application. Attorney Kurt Nachman, who is not affiliated with the case, says he's slightly surprised by the split verdict.
Clearly, the jurors were listening, that they keyed in on the one particular note, and that maybe they did believe Ms. Mosby's testimony that she really did trust at the time her husband was taking care of the finances. Obviously, did not believe them at all with regard to the gift note that sort of highlighted that one purchase of the Longbow Key property.
U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron releasing a statement on the verdict saying, "We humbly respect the court's considered rulings, opposing counsel's zealous advocacy, and the wisdom of both jury verdicts in this case, and we remain focused on our mission to uphold the rule of law." In just about 30 minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with what's next for Marilyn Mosby. Developing this morning, the 18-year-old facing more than 60 charges in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will remain in an adult facility despite a push from defense attorneys to have him held at a juvenile facility. Tristan Jackson's charges include more than 24 counts of attempted murder and conspiracy to commit murder. A judge also ruled court proceedings related to the case will remain open. The defense argues that will put Jackson at risk and taint the jury pool, while prosecutors say sealing the documents would control how the case is covered in the media, which isn't the court's role. Legal expert Eurypsy Morgan says the people of Brooklyn deserve transparency.
Feeling safe again and knowing that the criminal justice system is doing everything it can to make sure that the perpetrators of that crime are being dealt with effectively.
Police say Jackson is seen several times on surveillance footage firing shots into crowds. They also say GPS coordinates from an ankle monitor show that Jackson was wearing related to a previous crime place him at the scene on the night of the shooting. Well, these developments come as state Democrats are unveiling a comprehensive juvenile crime plan, promising tougher consequences for young offenders and more accountability within the Department of Juvenile Services. The plan does not include any changes to the Child Interrogation Protection Act, which provides guidelines for when police can question juveniles 13 and under. Democratic Senator Jill Carter and Republican Delegate Kathy Schlega at odds over that aspect of the plan.
Any child in the state of Maryland under current law that is accused of an act of violence, that a felony act of violence, is subject now to both detention, charges, and incarceration, and well, restriction in a secure facility. I don't like to call it incarceration. So it's not true to say that the law currently doesn't hold any kid accountable. But what I do like is finally to hold
Senator Carter.
accountable.
That is not true, Senator Carter.
Read the law.
The state's attorneys have come forward and said They cannot hold juveniles under 13 accountable under the current law unless it's first-degree murder or a first-degree sex
All you have to do
offense.
is read the law.
We know that's not true, and the Senate does not work. That's why
Carjacking.
20 minutes in front of 5 o'clock on your Wednesday. Yeah, it's hump day. Looking outside right now over our Inner Harbor sky cam. Nice clear skies here and chilly temperatures this morning. A little cooler than it was yesterday at this time. Definitely want to grab a jacket, a hat, the gloves as you make your way out, and sunglasses for another day with bright sunny skies. No umbrella needed. We do have some rain in our future. We will talk about when that will impact us coming up, but 51 today, mid 30s tonight. Then we're going to be even warmer on Thursday. Back with your full forecast coming up.
Thank you, Justin. Well, we know you are excited about the upcoming big game, and now you can celebrate it with some extra cash. Here is your chance for you to win by playing the big game trivia. Grab your phone to scan this QR code that you see there on your screen for your chance to win a $100 gift card. Play the big game trivia, you get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of a $100 gift card. The daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win $5,000. Again, scan that QR code to get the big game trivia question of the day. Joe Dunn won Tuesday's big game trivia. Congrats, Joe.
It is a new campaign to help you quit smoking, and one woman says it really works. I'm Liz Bowness. We explain why just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's news now. Digital dilemma. The White House blasted for trying to fix something some say is not broken. This morning on the National Desk, America's news now. Weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. A health watch for you this morning. Survivors are speaking up about King Charles and his cancer diagnosis. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares the insight they achieved along the way.
Those who have had this diagnosis have a unique perspective on the journey, especially those who are long-term survivors. Those such as Steve Abbott. He's been living with cancer in its advanced stages for more than a decade. When I asked him about his thoughts on King Charles' diagnosis, he simply says this.
Cancer is the great equalizer. As a cancer survivor myself, I can completely relate to the trepidation and the anxiety that even the King of England probably felt during that week while he was waiting for a biopsy result.
And whether it's waiting for a biopsy or another test, oncologist Dr. Zeke Emanuel points out.
Anytime you get a diagnosis of cancer, even if it's a relatively benign cancer, it's a shock to the system, and it forces people to reevaluate their entire lives.
So if you were sitting across from King Charles, what would you say to him?
The first thing that I would do would be to thank the king. And the reason why I would do that is because, you know, unlike the past lineage of the royal family where everything was very private, and that we don't know the details of his cancer, we do know that he has cancer, and they're not trying to hide that.
We've already noticed some additional support from his immediate family members. Is that something that sort of comes with this diagnosis?
Personally, I found that to be true.
In the end, Steve says cancer teaches you to explore every possible treatment option and every possible friendship you might not otherwise find.
You have to begin to assimilate those and live with whatever the results are in the best way that you can, and turn it into the best thing that you can. And maybe if you're lucky, it causes you to live a better life than you might otherwise.
Now, Steve's cancer was diagnosed, he says, with no symptoms. He found it as part of a routine office visit. A reminder, he said, that regular checkups are really important. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
Good advice. Thank you, Liz. And make sure you join us for the Be More Healthy Expo happening this Saturday at the Baltimore Convention Center. The event is free, and it includes health screenings. There's cooking and dance demonstrations and a chance for you to meet your favorite Fox 45 news personalities. Again, the Be More Healthy Expo runs this Saturday. That is February 10th from 10 a.m. through 4 p.m. We hope to see you there. Well, trending this morning, if you are excited for Usher's halftime performance during the Super Bowl, you will also be able to see him in Baltimore during his upcoming tour to celebrate his 30-year career. How can that be? Usher will be at CFG Bank Arena on August 24th. Pre-sales begin today, and the general ticket sale begins next Monday. Well, the metal band Creed is also coming to Baltimore later this year after a 12-year hiatus from touring. The Are You Ready tour hits CFG Bank Arena on November 23rd. I know that date. That's someone's birthday here. The pre-sale is live right now. General tickets go on sale on Friday. What do you think, Justin? Want to go to Creed for your birthday?
I do not.
No?
Please don't give me that. Yeah, we're not excited about that at all. Saturday, my birthday this year.
Okay.
It's on a Saturday, I should say, because it was on Thanksgiving on Thursday last year, and then it's a leap year. So,
that's right.
Yeah, all good.
Feeling like February right now.
Yeah, definitely chilly this morning as we take a look outside. Our live cam here over downtown Baltimore, and those numbers here on the right side of your screen, mainly a lot of us are hanging out in the 20s at this time. Officially, the number at BWI is 27. Not much in the way of wind that we are seeing at this time. As we look over the eastern part of the U.S., East Coast is looking mainly dry and very quiet conditions. The last couple of days have been very nice, not only here, but for most of the Midwest, the Central Plains, where the action is out west, where they are seeing more rain and snow for the higher elevations. That storm system that rocked California and southern Nevada continuing to track into the Four Corners region right now. And we're actually going to get in on some of that by the time we head into this weekend. So we do have some rain on the way. Here's a look at your coffee cast, mid to upper 20s over the next couple of hours, with that sun coming up a little bit after 7 o'clock on your Wednesday morning. And overall, those numbers will climb to the upper 20s by about 8 a.m. But it's going to take a while to actually get those warmer numbers back to the mid 40s by about noon, which is typically where we are for our afternoon highs. That's coming at about noon today. We're going to slide to the above average category again, with temps sneaking into the lower 50s by about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. So check in the temperatures in your neighborhood and your region. Eastern Shore mainly in the 40s today, 47 in Annapolis, 48 in Columbia, 47 in Westminster. Most of us up and down the 95 corridor will stay in those 40s and 50s as well. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, definitely get that done. I have my wife's car today, so I'm definitely getting it washed as I head home this afternoon. Here's a look at our future scan, taking you mainly through the next few days with dry conditions. Now on Thursday, you're going to see the warmer temperatures, a few more clouds rolling in, and then we'll tap into more of that southerly flow on Friday. That's going to bring a bit more cloud cover as well. But staying dry on Friday afternoon. Saturday morning, as you get ready to head out to the expo, just have the rain gear ready to go, because we are tracking at least a few showers on Saturday morning, and then into Saturday afternoon, just a couple of scattered showers here and there. It's not a lot of rain that we're tracking for this weekend, but that's going to be our next weather maker. 7 days till Valentine's Day. So yeah, it's exactly a week away. It's next Wednesday. 32 days until we spring forward, and we're just 50 days out now from opening day for your Baltimore Orioles. Here's that 7-day forecast. Milder for the weekend. We've got 60s on the way starting Friday, and will continue through Sunday. So not bad for February.
Thank you, Justin. We've got to look at your Len Stoller traffic network now, and it's easy going on the highways across our area, though there is some volume in some spots that's increasing. But my goodness, I mean, we're looking pretty good here. No incidents here to report. Now let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got train 505 on the Penn line, operating with a 5 to 10 minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel. Light rail right on time, no delays, and Metro Subway checking in on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A new study is linking time online to child brain development. Still ahead, Spotlight on America investigates why more than 40 states are taking action against some social media platforms. And new details this morning about the door blowout on an Alaska Airlines flight, mid-flight. The key items missing from the plane. It is 4:52 on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. There are some alarming discoveries about the impact of social media and the impact it's having on young people. We are learning of more evidence of its effects on brain development. Spotlight on America's Christine Frizzau investigates.
Got one more of these.
It's a rare break for 17-year-old Olivia Mead, working on healthy habits in the kitchen. She is the first to admit her relationship with social media is not so healthy.
Like most of the day, like when I'm awake, like I'm usually on social media.
It's an addiction she is open about, and with which her mom, Carrie, sometimes grows impatient.
I think this is probably familiar for many parents of teenagers. It's like, put your phone down at the dinner table. Can you put your phone down while I'm talking to you?
Neurologically, like there is a need to answer it. Like your brain gets triggered and it's like.
Why do you feel like you have to answer right away?
Because I don't know, it's just like a habit almost.
That habit, one reason the social media company Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, is being sued for harnessing technologies to, quote, entice, engage, and ultimately ensnare youth and teens, adding that Meta has repeatedly misled the public about the substantial dangers of its social media platforms.
They have put our kids at risk, they've lied about it, and we're going to hold them accountable.
New Jersey Attorney General Matt Platkin is one of 41 attorneys general to sign on to the lawsuit. Last year, a 14-year-old in his state, Adriana Kush, died by suicide a day after a video of her getting attacked in her school went viral. And multiple New Jersey school districts have also filed lawsuits against social media companies, blaming them for students' worsening mental health.
They've put products out there that cause significant harm to residents. And who ends up footing that bill? The taxpayers.
New data on the issue are piling up, including one study published in the journal Nature detailing how some with varying degrees of social network site addictions had reduced gray matter volumes in the amygdala, a part of the brain that helps control emotions and behavior.
Fully myelinated frontal lobe is not finished myelinating until you're about 25.
Dr. Mark Argentiano is a neurosurgeon in New Jersey.
Atrophy is a wasting away of people who are using social media in a way that would be described as addictive.
So when you say social media is changing kids' brains, you're not just talking about the behavioral aspect, you're talking about physically could be changing the kids' brains.
Yes.
Since the lawsuit was filed, Meta has made changes, including more restrictive content control for teens, and promising now when people search for terms related to suicide, self-harm, and eating disorders, we'll start hiding related results and direct them to resources for help. For Olivia Mead, it's simply a habit she is, for now, not ready to break, even when she heads off to college next year.
Obviously, I'm gonna go to my classes, I'm gonna do my homework. One of the things that like relaxes me and just like laying in bed and scrolling on my phone.
For Spotlight on America, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Thanks, Christine. Well, making headlines this morning, a shocking new development in the Alaska Airlines door blowout incident. The 4 bolts that were supposed to hold the Boeing 737 MAX 9's door plug in place, they were missing before it blew out. That is according to the National Transportation Safety Board, which released its preliminary report on the incident yesterday. The regulators say the lack of damage to the plug where the bolts were supposed to attach the door to the fuselage of the plane indicate that they were never there to begin with. In a statement, Boeing takes responsibility and says it is working to ensure that it never happens again. Well, the House will take up another vote to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas as early as today. Yesterday, the House did fail to pass that impeachment vote after 4 Republicans joined all Democrats in voting no. The Republicans included Wisconsin Congressman Mike Gallagher, California Congressman Tom McClintock, and Colorado businessman Ken Buck. The measure was spearheaded by the Republican Party to punish the Biden administration over its handling of the U.S.-Mexico border. Democrats say the accusations are not true and not grounds for impeachment. The measure faces stiff opposition in the democratically controlled Senate.
Marilyn Mosby now awaits her sentencing in her mortgage fraud and perjury convictions. Coming up, just how long she could potentially spend behind bars.
Governor Wes Moore will give his State of the State address today, the key area where some voters say they've seen a shift.
Our temperature's cold right now. We'll talk about numbers this afternoon. That'll be a little bit warmer and what we can expect for the weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is a cold start to your morning. We had teens at our house.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with that forecast, and I'm still looking forward to the warm-up coming.
Yeah, exactly right. It's going to be even warmer today than it was yesterday afternoon. A little less wind as well. And then as we head toward the weekend, we've got some very nice, almost spring-like numbers. Our Towson camera right now, very quiet with mainly clear skies out there. Temperatures are, in the 20s, 24 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley over to Towson, 22 in Rosedale. We're at 28 in Baltimore City, right at 32 in Brooklyn Park. So basically, when you wake up and head outside, you got to make sure to bundle up. Same thing on your morning drive. Maybe a little frost scraping will be in order this morning on your morning drive. Overall, we keep the 20s through about 8 a.m. Should get it back above freezing by about 9. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
Well, let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network here and taking a look at some of the cameras that we have around the area, and no issues to report or any major incidents or accidents. There is a utility problem right on Hartford Road and California Avenue. Just 3 lanes getting by southbound. Besides that, smooth sailing on the roadways.
Ms. Mosby, what's your comment to the people of Baltimore?
No comment. No comment.
A jury returns a split verdict in former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's mortgage fraud trial.
Now the city's former top prosecutor awaits her sentencing for this verdict. And for the 2 counts of perjury, a different jury found her guilty of last year.
The jury found Marilyn Mosby not guilty of lying on the mortgage application for her home in Kissimmee, Florida, but decided she did lie to mortgage lenders when she bought her condo in Longboat Key.
The jury pointed to a gift letter Marilyn signed indicating her former husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, was giving her $5,000 to close on that condo. Prosecutors showing that money actually came from Marilyn herself, not Nick.
Marilyn Mosby has been convicted now of 3 of the 4 federal charges brought against her 2 years ago. She will be sentenced for both cases in the coming weeks, but it's not clear when that will happen.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with a closer look at just how much prison time she could see. Shannon?
Well, with these 3 convictions, Tom and Patrice, Mosby could face decades behind bars, but likely that won't happen. All of this, though, is still up in the air right now, though, as a sentencing hearing has not yet been set. But we do want to take a look here at the penalties, the maximum penalties that she faces. They range significantly for all 3 charges. So for perjury, she faces up to 5 years in prison for each charge. For this mortgage fraud conviction, the maximum is 30 years in prison. And legal experts we spoke to, though, say the maximum penalty is not likely for any of the charges. And they tell us the prosecution and defense will likely approach sentencing very differently.
But ultimately, the defense team is going to argue that these are the same transactions or similar transactions, and so the sentencing guidelines should be reduced. And the federal prosecutors are going to argue that they should be increased because they are separate incidents, separate transactions, and they should all be on top of one another. And so ultimately, the judge is going to decide how those sentencing guidelines are applied. I would suspect that we land somewhere between 18 and 24 months.
Now, Marilyn Mosby and her team have said that they plan to appeal the perjury convictions, but nothing has been filed yet. It's not clear at this time what they plan to do with this latest conviction. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Legal experts also say that Nick Mosby opened himself up for potential legal trouble while testifying in this case.
While the city council president was on the stand, prosecutors claimed that he repeatedly committed perjury on his taxes, including the accusation that Mosby claimed to have donated more than $20,000 to charity.
When the investigation into the Mosbys first launched, federal investigators were looking into the couple's charitable donations, but tax fraud charges were never brought.
Now, experts say while it's not clear what will happen to Nick Mosby legally, the case could impact his reelection efforts, especially with more scrutiny now on his finances as he continues to lead the Baltimore City Council and chair the city spending board.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope that he's handling the city's finances and being a watchdog on the city finances better than he is in his own household. That's obvious, number one. Number two, it was fascinating to me that he testified without any sort of immunity. He certainly placed himself in significant jeopardy. Federal prosecutors certainly don't take lightly to individuals coming in and admitting to significant financial crimes on the witness stand. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out.
Nick Mosby has not yet filed for re-election. The filing deadline is Friday morning. Now, Fox 45 News first learned about the tax lien on the Mosby's home more than 3 years ago in October of 2020. We pressed Nick Mosby on that lien several times. He repeatedly denied its existence.
Quick, you've denied the existence of your tax lien on your property multiple times.
I have not multiple times.
Can you say that this is the actual lien on your property?
You can talk to my attorney.
No, Tom, there's no lien placed on my home right now. There was never a lien on my property. This is not a lien on the property. There was never a lien that was rendered on my property. There is no lien on my property. There's never been a lien on my property. It's not a lien on my property. I don't have a property lien.
Well, Fox 45 News has been following the Mosbys' financial concerns in this federal investigation since we learned about that lien. We first learned about the federal investigation in March of 2021, when federal agents issued subpoenas to several people surrounding the couple. We also learned about Marilyn Mosby's purchase of the Florida homes. Now, fast forward to January 13th of 2022, when Mosby, Maryland, is federally indicted on 2 counts of perjury and 2 counts of mortgage fraud.
I mean, it's sad because Baltimore has a long history of corruption in our local government.
There's just a pattern of kind of saying she's a victim, and in reality, a lot of this stuff is her misbehavior on a personal level.
Mosby's trial was set for May of 2022, but was delayed 3 times. A last delay came 1 year ago after her entire defense team withdrew from the case and she was assigned public defenders. The judge delayed the trial to allow Mosby's new defense team to get up to speed on this case.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow all the developments surrounding Marilyn Mosby's federal convictions and keep you updated every step of the way. You can find all of our past reporting and any updates to come on our website, foxbaltimore.com. And be sure to download the Fox 45 mobile app to be sure that you don't miss any breaking developments.
A murdered Baltimore tech executive's family is pushing for tougher consequences on sex offenders. Still ahead, the emotional hearing surrounding Pavel Lepere Act.
More than 20 nonprofits who are receiving thousands of dollars from the city are still not in compliance with the state. Topping our next half hour, how your tax dollars are being spent.
Temps throughout the region are near or below freezing here this morning, but don't you worry, friends. We're going to see some warmer numbers later this afternoon. We'll talk about it coming up. 5:10 is your time right now. Let's take you outside and show you what's going on over the Inner Harbor. A cold start to your morning. Temperatures are below freezing for a lot of us as you're waking up early this Wednesday. You can see a lot of 20s here, even lower 20s in Columbia at 23. 33 Stevensville across the Bay Bridge, though, so just above freezing there. But a lot of us are in the 20s at this hour. But we'll have some warmer numbers on the way by the time we head toward the afternoon. Just make sure to bundle up as you head out this morning and get the kids out as well and have those sunglasses ready to go. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
5:11, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will hold meetings with key Israeli officials today, pressing for a humanitarian pause in the fighting with Hamas terrorists in Gaza.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center with where things stand right now in these negotiations. Megan.
Yeah, here's what we know, guys. Taking you live to Gaza here this morning as you look at the top screen, where just hours ago, Hamas responding to a proposal meant to secure a long-term stop in the fighting in Gaza and the freedom of the remaining hostages.
Together with Qatar and Egypt, we put forward, as you know, a serious proposal that was aimed at not simply repeating the previous agreement, but expanding it. As the Prime Minister just said, Hamas responded tonight. We're reviewing that response now.
This was the scene over the weekend. Meantime, thousands protesting in Tel Aviv, calling for the government to do more to get hostages out of the hands of Hamas. At the same time, we are learning if those hostages are freed, there will be less of them. A shocking New York Times report now revealing at least 30 hostages are confirmed dead of the 136 still being held captive. Again, high-profile talks with Antony Blinken expected here this morning. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. He led the Ravens on the field as a player. Now it's his turn as coach. Still ahead, how the Ravens' new defensive coordinator plans to make an already strong defensive team even stronger.
If you're heading to Las Vegas for the big game, get ready to elevate your Super Bowl experience with flavors that know no bounds. Still ahead, a sneak peek at the final dish preparations. 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:15 and big changes are coming for the Baltimore Ravens. All right. They're excited about it, too.
Shortly after Mike McDonald departed from the Ravens to become the Seattle Seahawks head coach, the Ravens promoted Zach Orr from inside linebackers coach to defensive coordinator.
Orr says he'll uphold the high standards that make the Ravens one of the best defensive units in the NFL.
I want our defense to play together first and foremost, like 11 people playing as one. Let's start there. The next thing, I want to be violent, organized chaos, man, present a lot of problems to the offense. All right, never give the answer to the offense before the snap.
Orr signed with the Ravens in 2014 as an underrated free agent. He went on to play for the team until 2016, earning second-team All-Pro honors. In 2017, he joined the staff as a defensive analyst. He spent one season as Jacksonville's linebackers coach in 2021 before returning to Baltimore in 2022 as the Ravens linebacker coach. And now he's taking over as defensive coordinator.
Well, no matter which team NFL fans will be rooting to win the Super Bowl, there is one thing that is sure to bring everyone together, and that is food.
You got that right. George Acosta from our Sinclair sister station in Las Vegas got a sneak peek at the final dish preparations ahead of the big game.
Hoping to give football fans the best food experience during the big game, NFL special events coordinators and the Silver and Black hospitality team at Allegiant Stadium have undergone a year's worth of planning a perfect menu.
I feel like each Super Bowl brings the flavor of the city and what it has to offer. So I think people will see that throughout the menu.
Organizers say the specially curated menu was crafted with two main factors in mind. One was to up the ante.
We're in Vegas after all, and we should celebrate the city's incredible restaurants and nightlife. And two, there's value for all fan preferences.
Come game day, both Kansas City Chiefs and San Francisco 49er fans will get to choose from 4 exclusive dishes found right inside Allegiant Stadium.
There's a loaded Wagyu hot dog, surf and turf nachos, ultimate seafood stuffed potato, and a grilled donut sundae.
In addition to the 4 crafted dishes, organizers have partnered with several Vegas eateries featuring seafood towers, carved Wagyu beef, loaded fries, decadent desserts, and much more.
This is the major stage for the NFL, and it's in our town here in Las Vegas. We thought the Pro Bowl was good last year. Super Bowl is amazing, so we're very proud to be able to showcase some of our food products here at the Super Bowl.
And the flavors don't end there. Fans will also be able to get their hands on souvenir cups and popcorn buckets curated with Super Bowl 58 branding. In Las Vegas, George Acosta.
Whether you're heading out to Sin City or watching from the couch, we want to see what you're doing actually for the big game. In fact, just share your pictures and videos with FOX45. Scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com where you can upload all your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla. From the big game to, some argue, the cutest game. Meet your 2024 players in the 20th annual Puppy Bowl.
This is Naomi's by far favorite. She's already talking about it. Teams Ruff and Team Fluff will face off Sunday before the Super Bowl. The game features more than 130 rescue pups, all looking for, oh my goodness, for forever homes. Some of this year's MVPs include Cronut, Patrick Mabones, Guy Ferrari, and a whole lot more.
I get it.
She loves this. So this is on in our house every year.
And this is Animal Planet, I believe, right?
I think so.
Yeah, Animal Planet that plays that. All right, during a halftime show.
It's funny. She's already asked about it.
Any wagers on that? Are they Vegas betting on the Puppy Bowl?
I think you can bet on everything.
Team
so I'm
Ruff
sure you
or Team
could.
Fluff?
Yeah, exactly.
What are you?
By the way, it's February. Where's the Girl Scout cookies? Aren't they around this time? Like usually, like February?
Just get them online.
That would be great. We don't need Girl Scout cookies, though.
Yeah, we do.
We're trying to be. I thought you were on the Let's Be Good bandwagon.
Girl Scout cookies are good.
I mean,
for the environment.
Let's be
They're good
on
for the Girl Scouts.
Sugar-free.
Yeah.
So how's that weather?
Let's take a look outside and see what's going on. Our colder start to the morning. Looking right now at our Towson camera, the chilly conditions or cold conditions. It's colder than it was yesterday morning. It's still February, and that is what we have to deal with here with our temperature below freezing officially in Towson, 28. No wind to speak of, so we're not talking about a wind chill, and should be a little bit less breezy for this afternoon. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they are good to go and bundled up this morning with temps staying in the 20s, but mid-40s by noontime. We'll be in the lower 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hours. So overall, kind of a milder afternoon. Good thing for golfers, too. After a frost delay this morning, right back to those mid-40s by noontime, into the upper 40s and lower 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour later today. Let's check some of the high temperatures in your neighborhood. 45 is where we typically are for February 7th. Most of us in the mid to upper 40s across Carroll County, Baltimore counties, some lower 50s here for Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, all the way down into Baltimore City for Dundalk and Essex, Middle River, all right about 50 degrees today. Upper 40s for you in Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Elk Ridge, Glen Burnie, Pasadena, right about 48 today. Friends on the Eastern Shore, we're talking about numbers in the mid 40s. I was at Easton yesterday. Happy to head over there to the Easton Airport. 45 there in Centerville, 43 in Rock Hall and Chester for the afternoon. So here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry for the next couple of days. Another day with abundant sunshine. Get a little bit more cloud cover rolling in on Thursday, and we'll tap into some of that warmer air coming in, especially on Friday afternoon. You may get a little bit more cloud cover with that as well. That's ahead of our next weather maker. We'll start with the day on Saturday dry, but about 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, you'll start to see a few scattered showers. And not looking for a lot of rain on Saturday, but there will be at least some as we head outside Saturday afternoon. But that's moving out of here by Sunday, and we're a bit drier. Another system is setting up and heading our way next week. Shout out to Heather in Middle River, Jasper and Lucifer, two good-looking pups right there. Speaking of the puppy bowl, got those puggies just kind of hanging out, and I don't know, one's snoozing, one's kind of half asleep. So thank you for that, Heather. I always appreciate those pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Here's that 7-day forecast heading out to the expo on Saturday. Just have the rain gear ready to go, but look at those numbers. Low to mid-60s starting Friday and all the way through Sunday this weekend. Now let's get an update on our mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Camden train 841 operating with a 5 to 10 minute delay, and 10 train 505, 5 minutes late. Light rail right on schedule. No delays or difficulties if that's your ride, and you'll find Metro Subway adhering to schedule in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
The results of the Nevada presidential primary are rolling in, and they are certainly interesting. The unlikely top choice for Republicans.
A judge rejects 2 requests from the Brooklyn Day mass shooting suspects defense team. How the judge came to that decision. 5:23, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Happening today, Governor Wes Moore will give his State of the State address.
Since the governor took office more than a year ago, state officials report Maryland has seen a 220% spike in youth handgun crimes, and a 63% rise in car thefts. Police say many of the offenders are juveniles. Some political observers believe there has been a change of direction for the governor's stance on crime, specifically juvenile crime.
The governor is finally emerging as a law and order governor because it's common sense. You cannot allow these young people to believe that they can manipulate the law.
He had to pivot because one of the things is a lot of the legislators, especially from Baltimore City, have been frustrated by the crime in the city that's occurred with youth violence and a variety of things.
Well, the governor is expected to detail his administration's progress over the past year on many of the issues here in Maryland, including public safety.
In your Session 2024 coverage, a new bill on the state's early release system for convicted sex offenders moves to a second reading.
The parents of Pavel Lepere appearing in front of the House Judiciary Committee in Annapolis, pushing for tougher consequences on sex offenders.
Their daughter was murdered last fall in her Baltimore apartment, and police arrested convicted sex offender Jason Billingsley in connection to that killing.
Pavel did very well in her very short life. So now it's time for someone else to carry the torches that she carried. One of them was for equity, another for justice. So that's why we're here.
And our goal is to keep those torches lit.
Billingsley was originally convicted in 2013, but then released on good behavior credits in 2022. This new bill would make it more difficult for certain offenders to earn these credits. Lepere's parents say they will also be in Annapolis tomorrow, testifying on another piece of legislation in their daughter's name. Dry weather continues throughout this week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we can see the changes in our forecast.
We continue to investigate how the city is spending its money. Coming up, we'll take a look at the nonprofits and how the city is funneling millions of dollars into them when they're not in good standing. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. It's like soup day. And I had 50-50 the other day at Roma's Cafe in Cockeysville. Delicious. It's great.
It's a new thing. I took some home to my husband that day, and he's like, oh, yeah.
Yes.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Today would be good for that because it's cold.
Yeah, warm cup of soup this morning or just a warm beverage, maybe some hot oatmeal to get you going on a Wednesday. Looking outside right now, the stadium's all looking good. Lights are also all on here and shining brightly at this hour. Our temperatures across the Old Line State cold. 20s in Western Maryland, 28 in Bel Air and Baltimore City, or 27 in Laurel. What about freezing there for you in Annapolis this morning? We still have that coastal flood advisory as well, so during high tide still could get some of that inundation in the low-lying areas for Anne Arundel County. Temperatures in the mid-20s for the next few hours, even upper 20s through 8 a.m. Mr. Bose says maybe some scraping will be in order this morning, but for sure having those bun warmers on if you got them. All right, here's a look at your next 3 days. 51 today, mid-50s tomorrow, lower 60s on Friday. So we've got a nice little warm-up here as we head toward the weekend, and could get even warmer in the middle of the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that and if there's any rain as well coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Now, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. As we look at the highways and byways throughout our region, you see people starting to get up and out. Not a lot of volume, and everybody that is out there on the roads moving along just fine. No issues as of this hour to report.
5:32, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is found guilty on one of 2 counts in her federal mortgage fraud trial.
Throughout the trial, Mosby's defense team tried to convince the jury that her ex-husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, hid financial information from her for years, and she didn't knowingly lie on the mortgage application.
Attorney Kurt Nachman with EN Lawyers, who's not affiliated with this case, says he's slightly surprised by the split verdict.
Clearly, the jurors were listening, that they keyed in on the one particular note, and that maybe they did believe Ms. Mosby's testimony that she really did trust at the time her husband was taking care of the finances. Obviously, did not believe them at all with regard to the gift note that sort of highlighted that one purchase of the Longbow Key property.
U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron released a statement on the verdict saying, "We humbly respect the court's considered rulings, opposing counsel's zealous advocacy and the wisdom of both jury verdicts in this case, and we remain focused on our mission to uphold the rule of law."
Mosby was found guilty on 2 counts of perjury in a previous federal trial. She plans to appeal all 3 convictions and will be sentenced at a later date. Fox 45 News will continue following these breaking developments and bring you any updates both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. 5:34 and continuing our coverage this morning, taxpayer advocates are raising concerns about the state's Thrive Academy.
It is set to receive $4.4 million as part of Governor Wes Moore's crime plan. The nonprofit academy provides incentives to at-risk youth who stay out of trouble, including work stipends and college tuition. Now, organizers say it is modeled off of Baltimore's group violence reduction strategy, calling that program a huge success. But West Baltimore, where GVRS was piloted, ended last year as the deadliest district in the city.
Concern over funding for some nonprofits stretched back for months now. A Fox 45 News investigation in December revealing more than 30 city organizations were not in good standing with the state, but still collected $65 million here of your tax dollars. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with an update on that investigation. Shannon.
Yeah, so since we first reported this, Tom, the numbers have improved, but it still appears that the city is funneling millions of dollars into nonprofits that are not in good standing. In fact, Adam Andrzejewski with OpenTheBooks.com has been tracking this for months, and he says 21 of the top 100 nonprofits that have received city funding are right now not in good standing with the state of Maryland.
The vetting process at the city has to be broken. No one's asking the basic question, are you properly registered with the state, before we cut you millions of dollars worth of city money on grants?
Now, just one example of that, a $50,000 boost grant to the Women of Be More Empowered, awarded by the Downtown Partnership just 6 months ago. 6 months earlier, the city's Board of Estimates approved another $25,000 for the nonprofit. The operations director at the nonprofit is now the mayor's fiance. And Be More Empowered is not in good standing with the state of Maryland. The Secretary of State has deemed the nonprofit's account delinquent, yet the organization still solicits donations on its website, and that's something Andrzejewski says they should not be doing.
Well, they're not supposed to be soliciting from people if they're not in compliance with the state. These laws are designed to prevent public ripoffs. And that's why the state of Maryland has the law. It's just not being followed by many of these nonprofits.
Now, in the meantime, we did reach out to the mayor's office to find out why the city is giving money to these nonprofits that are not in compliance with the state. We did not hear back. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Does the public deserve to know how nonprofits spend city dollars? So far, 97% of people who voted say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
5:37 and developing this morning, the 18-year-old facing more than 60 charges in connection with the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will remain in an adult facility, despite a push from defense attorneys to have him held at a juvenile facility.
Tristan Jackson's charges include more than 24 counts of attempted murder and conspiracy to commit murder.
A judge also ruling court proceedings related to the case will remain open. The defense argues that will put Jackson at risk and taint the jury pool, while prosecutors say sealing the documents would control how the case is covered in the media, which is not the court's role. Legal expert Uripsy Morgan says the people of Brooklyn deserve transparency.
Feeling safe again and knowing that the criminal justice system is doing everything it can to make sure that the perpetrators of that crime are being dealt with effectively.
Police say Jackson is seen several times on surveillance footage firing shots into the crowd. They also say GPS coordinates from an ankle monitor Jackson was wearing related to a previous crime place him at the scene on the night of the shooting.
5:38, and this morning the results of the Nevada Republican presidential primary are still coming in, but the race has officially been called.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the unusual situation. Megan?
Yeah, check this out, guys. It's officially been called for. None of these candidates on the ticket. Former President Trump was not one of the choices as you look at the candidates here on the ballot. Nikki Haley there in second couldn't even win as the only major Republican candidate on the ballot. So what this means, guys, is that yesterday's Nevada primary really doesn't mean anything other than showing the lack of support for Haley. Again, former President Trump not an option for voters on that ballot. Instead, he's participating in the Nevada caucuses on Thursday, the only contest in the state that will award delegates to count towards the nominating process. Taking you live now to the White House, where on the other side of the aisle, President Joe Biden securing 90% of the votes in Nevada's Democratic primary, really facing no serious challenger so far in his re-election campaign. Next up, as we take a look at the calendar here, we've got South Carolina for the Republican primary there. That is Haley's home state and where her campaign has been focused. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. An audit reveals Maryland's poorest schools are not getting the funding they need. Fox 45 News Project Baltimore investigates why millions of dollars intended for your child's education is not being spent.
Highs will be in the 40s and 50s today. How your weekend forecast is shaping up. 5:39, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:42. Here are some of the stories making headlines across the state.
The Baltimore Police Department is investigating a crash that happened right along Pulaski Highway in Rosedale yesterday afternoon. Police say 3 people were trapped inside their vehicles after the crash. 4 patients were taken to the hospital. Hazmat teams were also on the scene to help clean up some diesel spill. Investigators say 2 trucks and an MTA bus were involved. It's unclear what led up to this crash. Marilyn Mosby is found guilty on 1 of 2 counts of federal mortgage fraud. How long she could be facing now in prison.
The Maryland Department of Transportation launches a new customer experience dashboard. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, how this will improve your transit experience. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
The big game is only 4 days away now, and there is some good news if you are hoping to make it out to Las Vegas.
Prices are going down. But wait, as of this morning, the cheapest ticket is about $7,329 on ticket site TickPick. And it's still, a whole lot, but it is below the $8,200 price last week. And listen to this, the 2020 game, which was also between Kansas City and San Francisco, was the most expensive game on record, with an average ticket going for more than $6,000. This year's game is averaging nearly 54% more expensive.
Let's go live to Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. A survey from the American Gaming Association shows Americans are expected to bet more than $23 billion on Sunday's game. We got a lot of extra money to spend. These include game bets as well as several prop bets, like how long the national anthem will last and what song Usher will play first during his halftime show. What do you think? Yeah. Oh, speaking of Usher.
Yeah. If you're excited for Usher's halftime performance, you'll also be able to see him here in Baltimore during his upcoming tour to celebrate his 30-year career. Usher will be at CFG Bank Arena August 24th. Pre-sales begin today, and the general ticket sales begin next Monday.
All right, it's 5:47 now. We want to get a check of our forecast.
Usher fan?
Oh, yeah, but I was just shaking my head. I'm like, 30 years? I remember when he was like a little, not a kid, but I mean, he was young. He came out and I was like, okay, yeah, so Usher, yeah, can we get some good stuff. Yeah.
That's right, very good.
I don't know what song he's going to start with. I mean, obviously you have to think that is going to be the last one.
Oh, you think last?
Oh, yeah, because I mean, right now, that's probably his most famous song. You know, Lil Jon's going to come on and do his whole thing. I don't know.
I would say first over last.
You think first? They're just gonna.
What else would he come out with? He's got to come out with something.
It's got to be popping because he does a lot of, you got it bad. On the phone. When you call my back, right? Like you can't. I don't know.
You call right back. You're not calling Mike. We're not calling Mike back. Right back.
I like Mike though. So anyway.
That's our security guard.
Should be good. Yeah, Mike, and another Mike here that works here, our janitor. So, a lot of Mikes. I think one of our directors is named Mike. I don't know. I call him Coach. All right, Mile 1 Auto Group Cam, good morning to you. Our Towson Cam right now. We are seeing mainly clear skies and temperatures that are cold. Yep, it's February. That's what we're dealing with here this morning. Up and down the East Coast. Pretty dry conditions and very quiet weather. We haven't had a lot to talk about, not only here at home, but throughout most of the East, the Mid-South, the Midwest, the Central Plains. Everything's been very quiet. Where all of the action is out west, where they have this large weather maker bringing more snow to now the Four Corners region. There's the area of low pressure and the cold front out ahead of that, bringing snow to parts of northern Arizona, New Mexico, into the front range there of Colorado. And then more rain is moving into Las Vegas as we speak in Southern California. Grab a cup of Joe. Enjoy your coffee with us here on your Coffee Cast. Mid to upper 20s over the next couple of hours. That sun up at 7:08 and goes to bed tonight at 5:34. Hank the Bird, he's an Usher fan. Yeah, he likes it bad too. 34 your temp by 9 a.m. in the mid 40s by noon. Upper 40s and lower 50s here for your highs today. 48 in Columbia, 49 Laurel, lower 40s here in Stevensville, mid 40s for Chestertown down through Easton and Talbot County. Overall, our numbers are going to stay in the near or above average category up and down the East Coast. So New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C., 40s and lower 50s. A little colder in Boston there, 39 for our friends to the north. Now, here's a look at our temperature tracker, and you can see next couple of days, tomorrow and into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Look at those yellows and kind of mid-oranges there. Low to mid 60s is what we're expecting for the weekend. A little preview of some spring-like temperatures. Here's a look at our future scan. Very dry conditions. Not a lot happening for the next couple of days. Again, we're going to stay dry. We'll tap into some of that southerly wind into Thursday and Friday. That's going to bring us the warmer temperatures, and continuing that trend into Saturday and Sunday. You can kind of see those little red lines right there. We do have the potential of some showers coming in early on Saturday morning, and then a couple of scattered showers through Saturday afternoon. So when you're heading out to the Health Expo here on Saturday, just know, got to have that rain gear ready to go just in case you run into some of those showers. But overall, staying a little bit drier on Sunday, and then another round of rain coming in Monday night into Tuesday morning. That's going to be our next weather maker next week, and could see a little wintry precipitation, at least for some. Back to you.
All right, Justin, let's look at a Lynn Solar traffic network now. As we take a look over the roadways, there are no incidents to report. Pretty light volume still at this hour. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, Penn Train 511 and Camden 843. Those trains are running about 5 minutes late. Wild time for travel there. Perhaps out there on light rail, no delays. Looking good in both directions. And Metro Subway on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the start of the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The school system in Cecil County may be forced to cut after-school programs and eliminate dozens of jobs. Still ahead, the heated debate between school leaders and the county council. A New York father loses custody over a disagreement with his son's gender transition. How gender dysphoria is handled in child custody battles. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. A fight for funding in Cecil County as the school system could be forced into major budget cuts next year. Fox 45 News' Jessica Babb takes a look at the calls for action.
Parents, students, and educators came out in droves, packing the front lawn and the parking lot of the Cecil County Administration Building. The school superintendent says if they don't get more funding from the county, they could be forced to significantly cut positions and programs. But county officials are pointing the finger back at the school system. It's a message to Cecil County Executive Danielle Hornberger, loud and clear.
We believe we deserve that money.
With students leading the charge.
We as students, we wanted to make a difference. We wanted to use our voices.
Based on budget projections, Cecil County Public Schools could be facing a shortage of $20 million for next year.
It's going to affect everybody. Those students, they're our future, and we're going to cut their success short.
I firmly believe that the district is being shortchanged.
They could have to cut more than 150 positions.
Mine is on the chopping block. And as far as our family, that's going to hit our pockets so hard.
And programs like choir, band, JV and middle school sports, AP exams, and gifted and talented programs, among others.
It's going to affect my senior year drastically.
This is not just extracurricular. This is also her future.
It's going to be detrimental.
For the last 3 years, the school system has received maintenance of effort funding from the county, which is the minimum amount. But the superintendent says before 2020, the county had given them more than that.
Historically, they've always been a modest amount above the maintenance of effort, and since 2020, it's really just flatlined. Our worry is that that's going to happen a fourth year.
With less from the county, now that grants like the federal COVID funding are ending, and with other requirements and restrictions of the blueprint for Maryland's future legislation, the school system is seeing the shortfall.
I think the county has allowed their own fund balance to grow while we were receiving the federal money.
But County Executive Danielle Hornberger is clapping back, posting this video to Facebook saying the school system hasn't given all the information about how they're spending money.
He spends our hard-earned dollars without accountability, responsibility, or transparency.
In a statement saying, quote, "We agree the school system should not cut over 100 teacher positions and important academic and athletic programs. It is irresponsible for the superintendent to gut our school system while stoking fear among our teachers, parents, and students. I call on him to do his job, and if he can't do his job, he should resign."
Like you, I want to fund our educational needs to the fullest. But I can't wave a magic wand and do everything that I want.
They're pointing the finger at us. And again, I stand by what we do. I stand by our people.
The superintendent says they have provided the county with their budget information. Right now, the school board is crafting the budget, and they will present it to the county executive at the end of the month. In Elkton, Jessica Babb, Fox 45 News.
Well, Jessica just mentioned the concerns over the Kerwin plan in Cecil County. Local governments all across the state have been sounding the alarm on funding for months now.
We can't afford all of this.
We've got this hefty bill to pay. We don't have the money to pay it. The Blueprint for Maryland's Future is a worthy program, but it is ambitious. And it is one that requires substantially higher funding levels from those jurisdictions that are already struggling.
There's no transparency. They've got to have a plan that actually results in change, and they've got to be able to tell us this: if we put our money here, this is what you're going to get, and if we don't deliver it, the money will recycle.
Well, Governor Moore has stood by the Kerwin plan, saying it's a valuable tool to help Maryland children succeed.
The verdict is now in, and now Marilyn Mosby awaits her sentence on 3 separate convictions. Coming up, just how much time she could potentially spend behind bars.
Fox 45 News takes a closer look at Governor Moore's crime messaging ahead of today's State of the State address. Why some say there's been a reversal in the governor's tone.
And we got temperatures that are cold this morning, but we're warming up as we head toward the afternoon. Break down your forecast for you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. It's Wednesday. It's February 7th. We're a week from Valentine's Day today. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. There's a lot going on in the studio. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is excited to talk about the forecast.
He can't do Burn like first because that's like that's a really slow song.
You're
right?
back on Usher. No, he can't do that as his first song.
But you could do like, you don't have to call me. It's okay, girl.
Yes.
And I'm gonna be all right tonight. Take a look outside. Good morning to you. We're all ushered up here this morning looking at our stadiums in purple still for your Baltimore Ravens. Of course, the O's back there. 50 days from today, friends. That is opening day right there at Camden Yards. 24 your temperature right now in Cockeysville and Towson. 22 in Rosedale. It's 27 in Baltimore City. Lower 30s for Brooklyn Park over through Dundalk. So make sure to bundle up as you're heading out. Warmer afternoon ahead and temperatures that will stay in the above average category. So out for your morning drive, probably need the bun warmers. Maybe a little frosty conditions out there. Upper 20s and lower 30s over the next few hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few. How are we doing on the roads right now, Tom?
Around the Baltimore region, we look really good. Roads in your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, some of the cameras around the area, and no major issues to report at this time. In fact, it looks really good out there around Baltimore. The only issues to report on the map is in D.C.
Ms. Mosby, what's your comment to the people of Baltimore?
No comment. No comment.
A jury returns a split verdict in former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby's mortgage fraud trial.
Now, the city's former top prosecutor awaits her sentencing for this verdict and for the 2 counts of perjury that a different jury found her guilty of last year. Now, this jury found Marilyn Mosby not guilty on lying on the mortgage application for her home in Kissimmee, Florida, but decided that she did lie to mortgage lenders when she bought her condo in Longboat Key. The jury pointed to a gift letter that Marilyn Mosby signed indicating that her former husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, was giving her $5,000 to close on that condo. Prosecutors showed that the money actually came from Marilyn herself and not Nick.
Marilyn Mosby has been convicted of 3 of the 4 federal charges that were brought against her 2 years ago. She will be sentenced for both cases in the coming weeks, but it's not clear when that will happen. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a closer look at how much prison time she could see. Shannon?
Well, with these 3 convictions, Tom and Patrice, Mosby could face decades behind bars. Likely that won't happen, though. But this is all still up in the air because a sentencing hearing has yet to be set. But in the meantime, we do want to take a look at the maximum penalties that she could face. And they do vary significantly between all the 3 different charges. But for the perjury charges, she faces up to 5 years in prison for each charge. For this mortgage fraud conviction, the maximum is 30 years in prison. Legal experts we spoke to, though, say the maximum penalty is not likely for any of the charges, and they tell us the prosecution and defense will likely approach sentencing very differently.
But ultimately, the defense team is going to argue that these are the same transactions or similar transactions, and so the sentencing guidelines should be reduced. And the federal prosecutors are going to argue that they should be increased because they are separate incidents, separate transactions, and they should all be on top of one another. And so ultimately, the judge is going to decide how those sentencing guidelines are applied. I would suspect that we land somewhere between 18 and 24 months.
Our team have said that they plan to appeal the perjury convictions, but nothing has been filed at this time. And right now, it's unclear what they plan to do about this latest conviction. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, legal experts also say Nick Mosby opened himself up for potential legal trouble while testifying in this case.
While the city council president was on this stand, prosecutors claimed that he repeatedly committed perjury on his taxes. That includes the accusation that Mr. Mosby claimed to have donated more than $20,000 to charity.
When the investigation into the Mosbys first launched, federal investigators were looking into the couple's charitable donations, but tax fraud charges were never brought.
Experts say, well, it's not clear what will happen to Nick Mosby legally. The case could impact his re-election efforts, especially with more scrutiny on his finances as he continues to lead the city council and chair the city's spending board.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope that he's handling the city's finances and being a watchdog on the city finances better than he is in his own household. That's obvious, number one. Number two, it was fascinating to me that he testified without any sort of immunity He certainly placed himself in significant jeopardy. Federal prosecutors certainly don't take lightly to individuals coming in and admitting to significant financial crimes on the witness stand. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out.
Nick Mosby has not yet filed for re-election. The filing deadline is Friday morning. Fox 45 News first learned about the tax lien on the Mosby's home more than 3 years ago in October 2020. And we pressed Nick Mosby on the lien several times. He repeatedly denied its existence.
Cook, you've denied the existence of your tax lien on your property multiple times.
I have not multiple times.
Can you say that this is the actual lien on your property?
You can talk to my attorney.
No, Tom, there's no lien placed on my home right now. There was never a lien on my property. This is not a lien on the property. There was never a lien that was rendered on my property. There is no lien on my property. There's never been a lien on my property. It's not a lien on my property. I don't have a property lien.
Fox 45 News has been following the Mosby's financial concerns and this federal investigation since we first learned about the lien. We first learned about the federal investigation in March of 2021. Federal agents issued subpoenas to several people surrounding the couple. We also learned about Marilyn Mosby's purchase of the Florida homes. Now, fast forward to January 13th of 2022, when Marilyn Mosby is federally indicted on 2 counts of perjury and 2 counts of mortgage fraud.
I mean, it's sad because Baltimore has a long history of corruption in our local government.
There's just a pattern of kind of saying she's a victim, and in reality, a lot of this stuff is her misbehavior on a personal level.
Mosby's trial was set for May of 2022, but it was delayed 3 times. The last delay came 1 year ago after her entire defense team withdrew from the case, and she was assigned public defenders. The judge delayed the trial to allow Mosby's new defense team to get up to speed on the case.
Fox 45 News will continue following all the developments surrounding Marilyn Mosby's federal convictions and keep you updated every step of the way. You can find all of our past reporting and any updates that will come on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Be sure to download the Fox 45 mobile app. You don't miss any breaking developments. Happening today, Governor Wes Moore will be giving his State of the State address.
Since the governor took office more than a year ago, state officials report Maryland has seen a 220% spike in youth handgun crimes and a 63% rise in car thefts. Police say many of the offenders are juveniles. Some political observers believe there's been a change of direction for the governor's stance on crime, specifically juvenile crime.
The governor is finally emerging as a law and order governor because it's common sense. You cannot allow these young people to believe that they can manipulate the law.
He had to pivot because one of the things is a lot of the legislators, especially from Baltimore City, have been frustrated by the crime in the city that's occurred with youth violence and a variety of things.
The governor is expected to detail his administration's progress over the past year on many of the issues in Maryland, including public safety.
We are waiting for word on some high-profile talks underway between U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Israeli leaders, what it could mean for the war in Gaza.
Taking a live look at Las Vegas as the Super Bowl is now only 4 days away. Still ahead, how much Americans are expected to bet during Sunday's big game.
And our temperatures are cold this morning, but as we head toward the afternoon, we'll see warmer numbers. We'll talk about how warm they get and what we can expect for this upcoming weekend.
6:10, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will be holding meetings with key Israeli officials today, pressing for a humanitarian pause in the fighting with Hamas terrorists in Gaza.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with where things stand right now in negotiations. Megan.
A lot of moving parts here, guys. We want to take you live to Gaza here this morning. A couple of shots from that area where just hours ago, Hamas responding to a proposal meant to secure a long-term stop in the fighting there in Gaza and the freedom of the remaining hostages.
Together with Qatar and Egypt, we put forward, as you know, a serious proposal that was aimed at not simply repeating the previous agreement, but expanding it. As the Prime Minister just said, Hamas responded tonight. We're reviewing that response now.
This was the scene, meantime, over the weekend. Thousands protesting in Tel Aviv, calling for the government there to do more to get hostages out of the hands of Hamas. At the same time, we are learning if those hostages are freed, there will be less of them. A shocking New York Times report now revealing at least 30 hostages are confirmed dead, of the 136 still being held captive. Again, high-profile talks with Antony Blinken expected here this morning. We'll keep you posted here from our live center as we learn more.
Janae Bowens in Washington with the story of a father who claims he lost custody of his son because of a disagreement over gender dysphoria.
Millions of tax dollars meant for Maryland school children may be going unused. Project Baltimore looks into why. This could be a bigger problem down the road. 6:12 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Don't just sue them, Snyder them.
$6.15 and millions of your tax dollars intended to help children in Maryland's poorest schools are apparently not being spent. That's according to a report just released by the Inspector General for Education.
A few years ago, Maryland's legislature passed the blueprint for Maryland's future, which increased funding for public schools. The law included what's known as the Concentration of Poverty Grant. Now, this grant provides extra funding to schools in areas with high rates of poverty and crime.
Maryland has 24 public school systems. The IG report only looked at 8 of them and found $12.3 million in grant money was sent to those 8 school systems, but sat unused from fiscal year 2020 to 2022.
The report blames the Maryland State Department of Education for a lack of policies and training. In other words, school systems don't know how to spend the money or what to spend it on.
Well, Project Baltimore wants to hear from you. Do you have a story to share about your child's education or a concern you'd like our team to investigate? Call the tip line. You see that right there on your screen. That's 443-377-3108. Or you can email projectbaltimore@foxbaltimore.com. You can also find us on social media.
Making headlines this morning, a New York father says he lost custody over a disagreement with his son's gender transition. It's a complicated case with both parents pointing fingers.
The National Desk, Janae Bowens, cuts through the noise and takes a look at how gender dysphoria is handled in child custody battles.
Dennis Hannon of New York says a court stripped him of custody after he objected to his son's gender transition.
I was framed as a bigot. I was framed as I was intolerant.
Hannon says this goes back to his divorce, where accusations of abuse led to his ex-wife getting sole custody of their son. When their child was 5, Hannon learned that while with his mom, the child had a new name, was seeing a gender therapist, and was being recommended as a candidate for puberty-blocking drugs. This despite never being diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
And not once was I ever invited to be a part of his treatment.
It's something that comes up, but it comes to a medical decision, which falls under legal custody. And typically that's something that both parents want to weigh in on because the consequences are so significant.
Family attorney Elizabeth Douglas of New York says Hannon's lack of knowledge of the alleged transition is a huge deviation from the rights of a legal custodian. However, she says the custody status at the time may have played a role. There are similar cases across the country. According to the New York Post, a Texas father claims his ex-wife moved to California to, quote, chemically castrate their 9-year-old son. But Douglas says a parent not wanting their child to transition will not cause someone to lose custody.
Typically, the reason why rights could be altered, not necessarily taken away, is because one parent displayed something that was not in the best interest of the child.
With help from a lawyer, Hannon prevented his son from getting puberty blockers. A court later ruled against him, demanding he pay for the child's $145 per session gender therapy. Hannon's case worked its way to the New York Supreme Court, where he lost medical authority and custody of his son, only being allowed to see him occasionally during the week and on alternating weekends. In this complicated case, the court's reason for ruling this way is not publicly available.
I may have lost in court, but I won where it matters the most because I saved my little boy.
The mom in this case is Amy Hannon. Now, she told the New York Post she didn't want to get into the specifics about the case, but said, quote, there are 2 sides to every story. She went on to say, it's the child that's important here. In Washington, Janae Bowens.
6:18 is the time, and we need to find out exactly when you'll start to feel the warm-up this morning.
Because it's not any time right now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at his, he's got his full weather authority forecast for us so we can see.
Yeah, exactly right. It's cold right now. We're talking about temperatures that are going to be warming up as we head toward the afternoon as we look out over from our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam at this time. 27 is your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of at this moment, and we're quiet up and down the East Coast. Most of the Midwest out toward the Central Plains. Very quiet weather. It's been a very kind of benign weather pattern here. Different story for folks out in the west where they're dealing with more of the wind, the rain, and the snow, especially in some of the higher elevations. Now moving into the Four Corners region, that deadly storm that hit California is now moving from west to east. So as the kids head out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, make sure they're bundled up with upper 20s here in the next hour, mid 40s through noontime and into the upper 40s and lower 50s for the afternoon. So we'll be a bit warmer today. Probably still some frost delays on those golf courses this morning, golfers, but by noon we'll be back to the mid 40s 40s and upper 40s and lower 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon, and not much wind, too. I know yesterday we did have some slight breeze out there, some breezy conditions, and our temps were only in the mid-40s, which is about average. But today we're looking at above average numbers with upper 40s and lower 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs. Numbers in Hartford and Cecil counties in the mid to upper 40s. Aberdeen, Perryman up in the northeast. Elkton, you're at 47 in Cecil County today. Checking this temperature tracker. 50s continue today, tomorrow, and then we get some 60s for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, just in time for the weekend. Even though we do have some rain that we have to get through for this weekend, our temperature's still well above average. And again, you can see in our future scan, very dry conditions, not a lot happening. Now, what happens tomorrow and Friday is we start tapping into some of that warmer air from the south, and you can kind of see these little red lines right there. That's an indication of where that wind is coming from and where that upper level wind or temperatures are coming, because we're tapping into that milder air. Now, Saturday morning, we'll start off with some cloud cover. Right about 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, we do have the potential for a few of those showers rolling through, and then kind of off and on showers through most of the day Saturday. Kind of a cloudy day, but again, very mild conditions if you're heading out to our Health Expo. Shout out to Tommy from Pasadena. Michelle actually sent this picture, and look at Gus right there. That is a true Ravens dog fan. So thanks, Tommy, and as Tom calls it, the Dina, right? The Dina, isn't that right? Yeah, the Dina. All right, I like that. All right, if you can always get your pet pics to me too, JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. There it is. Be More Healthy Expo is going on Saturday. So temps are going to be in the 60s, even though we'll have to deal with a few raindrops here and there. And then another round of rain comes in on Monday. Some areas Monday night into Tuesday could get a little bit on the colder side with some possible wintry precipitation mixed in as well. Let's get an update now with Mass Transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. If that's your ride, you'll find Penn Train 511 and Camden Train 845 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Light rail adhering to schedule. No delays or issues there, but Metro Subway has a delay. It's presently running about 10 minutes late in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Allow time for travel there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Love is in the air, and so are scammers. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, how scammers are using people to seek out romance and a little bit more than just romance on dating apps.
Everybody scream, Usher's coming to Baltimore. After the break, where you can see him live and when those tickets go on sale. 6:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
Well, let's go live to Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. Taking a live look there as the Duel in the Desert just 4 days away. Survey from the American Gaming Association shows Americans are expected to bet more than $23 billion just on Sunday's game. Those include game bets as well as several prop bets like how long the national anthem will last and what song Usher will play first during his halftime show.
Does that include us betting on Justin's Super Bowl squares?
Oh, no, I don't think that's actually
That's not
there.
included
No, I
in
don't
there.
think so.
All right, back to Usher. If you are excited for the halftime performance in Sin City, then get ready for this. Usher is coming to Baltimore for his upcoming tour to celebrate his 30-year career. He's going to be at CFG Bank Arena August 24th. Pre-sale begins today at 10, and then general ticket sales begin next Monday. We know you're excited about the upcoming big game, and now you can celebrate it with some extra cash. Here is the chance for you to win by playing the big game trivia.
Just grab your phone, scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 gift card by playing the big game trivia. Get the question right, and you could win the daily prize, $100 gift card. But get this, there's more. Hold on. The daily prize winners also be eligible for a chance to win $5,000.
That's a nice little chunk. Again, all you do is scan the QR code to get the big game trivia question of the day. Joe Dunn won yesterday's big game trivia.
Whether you're hopping on a flight to Sin City or watching it from your couch, we want to see how you're getting ready for the big game. And honestly, we want to see what you're serving up. What are you going to be eating too? Share your pictures and videos and thoughts and ideas with FOX45. Scan the QR code right here on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com where you can upload all of your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Another brisk morning with temperatures climbing throughout the day. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we can expect highs to be in the 60s later this week.
We continue to investigate how the city is spending its money. Coming up, we take a look at the millions of dollars going into nonprofits that are not in good standing with the state. You're watching Fox 45 News, Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. It is 6:30. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. 7 days for Valentine's Day. Get it
ready?
going. No, not ready yet. Have some ideas. Well, we want to bring in our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, romantic meteorologist himself there. So, yeah, what you got going on?
Yeah, I think it's going to be OMG for the first song for Usher. Remember that song? Oh my.
Yes.
Let me name you, love you down.
So I've been listening to Usher songs because on my Apple playlist, that's what pops up first in my car.
See what happens. So very excited about that. Yeah, you know what, Tom? I am romantic because I love this weather. Look at that beautiful shot. If you have a moment to take a look at your TV screen with that waning crescent moon and Venus. Yeah, baby, you got it right there, rising over the eastern shore. Nice little morning glow here as we kick off your Wednesday. It's hump day, everybody, and temps are cold. 27 your temp in Baltimore right now. Same number in Chestertown. 33 in Annapolis, 23 in Columbia. So got to bundle up. Maybe get the defrosters and the bun warmers going. As Mr. Bo says, we're good to go. Numbers on your morning drive will eventually get to above freezing, but not really till the end of your commute. We will top out at 51 today, a bit warmer than yesterday. Mid-50s tomorrow and right about 60 on Friday, and we're on our way to a warmer weekend. Also love that. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here and a live look from the map and some of the cameras that are around there. And look, they all look the same. Vehicles moving without any incident around the Baltimore region. A little bit of slowdowns, but the Curtis Rail Bridge, and that was about it. Everybody else are moving fine. 270 southbound from Frederick to D.C. It's just the volume that's slowing you down. Former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is found guilty on one of 2 counts in her federal mortgage fraud trial. Throughout the trial, Mosby's defense team tried to convince the jury her ex-husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, hid financial information from her for years and that she didn't knowingly lie on any mortgage application.
Attorney Kurt Nachman, who is not affiliated with the case, says he is slightly surprised by the split verdict.
Clearly, the jurors were listening, that they keyed in on the one particular note, and that maybe they did believe Ms. Mosby's testimony that she really did trust at the time her husband was taking care of the finances. Obviously, did not believe them at all with regard to the gift note that sort of highlighted that one purchase of the Longbow Key property.
U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron releasing a statement on the verdict, writing, "We humbly respect the court's considered rulings, opposing counsel's zealous advocacy, and the wisdom of both jury verdicts in this case, and we remain focused on our mission to uphold the rule of law."
Mosby was found guilty on 2 counts of perjury in a previous federal trial. She plans to appeal all 3 convictions and will be sentenced at a later date. Fox 45 News will continue to follow these breaking developments and bring you any updates on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
Continuing coverage this morning, taxpayer advocates are raising concerns about the state's Thrive Academy. It's set to receive $4.4 million as part of Governor Westmore's crime plan. The nonprofit academy provides incentives to at-risk youth who stay out of trouble, including work stipends and college tuition. Organizers say it's modeled off of Baltimore's group violence reduction strategy, calling that program a huge success. But West Baltimore, where GVRS was piloted, ended last year as the deadliest district in the city.
Concern over funding for some nonprofits stretches back months. A Fox 45 News investigation in December revealed more than 30 city organizations were not in good standing with the state, but still collected $65 million in tax dollars. Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with an update on that investigation. Shannon.
Well, since we first reported this, Patrice, the numbers have certainly improved, but it still appears the city is funneling millions of dollars into nonprofits that are not in good standing. In fact, Adam Andrzejewski with OpenTheBooks.com has spent months looking into nonprofits. He says 21 of the top 100 nonprofits which have received city funding, well, they are not in good standing with the state of Maryland.
The vetting process at the city has to be broken. No one's asking the basic question, are you properly registered with the state, before we cut you millions of dollars worth of city money on grants?
Now, just one example of that, a $50,000 boost grant to the women of Be More Empowered, awarded by the Downtown Partnership just 6 months ago. And 6 months earlier, the city's Board of Estimates approved another $25,000 for the nonprofit. The operations director at the nonprofit is now the mayor's fiance. But Be More Empowered is not in good standing with the state of Maryland. The Secretary of State has deemed the nonprofit's account delinquent, yet the organization still solicits donations on its website, and that's something Andrzejewski says they should not be doing.
Well, they're not supposed to be soliciting from people if they're not in compliance with the state. These laws are designed to prevent public ripoffs, and that's why the state of Maryland has the law. It's just not being followed by many of these nonprofits.
In the meantime, we reached out to the mayor to find out why the city is granting this money to nonprofits who are not in compliance with the state. We did not receive a reply. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
And this brings us to our question of the day. Does the public deserve to know how nonprofits spend city dollars? So far, 97% of those who have voted responded yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
The results of the Nevada presidential primary are rolling in, and they're certainly interesting. The unlikely top choice for Republicans.
2 juveniles accused of attacking a Butchers Hill woman in November will now face a laundry list of charges. At 8, why lawmakers are demanding DJS staffing improve and intake decisions be made more swiftly.
And highs are expected to reach the 40s and 50s later today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we can expect temperatures to climb into the 60s. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Funnel cloud sightings around the San Joaquin Valley's Tulare Basin. They prompted several people to share on Chime In. These funnels were spotted south of Tulare, also in Lemoore and Corcoran, and reports of the same in Bakersfield. This as a series of winter storms continue to trek across California. Meanwhile, it's feeling brisk in Portsmouth, Rhode Island, and a beautiful sunset adds to the spice.
This morning, the results of the Nevada Republican primary are still coming in, but the race has officially been called.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center with the unusual situation that unfolded. Megan?
Yeah, you ready for this? Check it out. It's officially been called for. None of these candidates receiving 62.9% of the votes there. We know former President Trump was not a choice on this ballot. As you look at it, Nikki Haley in second there could not win as the only major Republican candidate on the ballot there. So, guys, what this means is that yesterday's Nevada primary really doesn't mean anything other than showing the lack of support for Haley. Again, former President Trump not an option for voters on that ballot. Instead, he's participating in the Nevada caucuses on Thursday, the only contest in the state that will award delegates to count towards the nominating process. Taking you live now to the White House, where on the other side of the aisle, President Joe Biden securing 90% of the votes in Nevada's Democratic primary, facing really no serious challengers so far in his re-election campaign. Next up, as we take a look at our calendar here, we've got South Carolina for just the Republican primary there. Again, February 24th is that date, and that's Haley's home state and where her campaign has been focused. So that'll be a big one to see how that goes. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A jury returns a split verdict in former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's mortgage fraud trial. Coming up, a closer look at how much prison time she could see.
Plus, it's no secret that NFL players have very important jobs. But what about their home support systems? Still ahead, the group of women dedicated to making a difference on and off the field. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:44 in your morning rush. With a split conviction in her mortgage fraud trial, former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby now awaits her sentence in that trial, and for the 2 counts of perjury that a different jury found her guilty of last year. Shannon Lilly is joining us live now with how much time she could actually spend behind bars. Shannon.
Well, she faces up to 40 years, Patrice, but likely she will receive nowhere near that amount of jail time. The maximum sentence for each of her perjury convictions is 5 years, and the maximum sentence for this new mortgage fraud conviction is up to 30 years. But an attorney that we spoke to who's not affiliated with this case believes that she'll be sentenced to something more like 18 to 24 months of jail time. Ultimately, though, it's going to be up to a judge to decide. So coming up in the next 15 minutes, we're going to take a closer look at what we expect out of this upcoming sentencing hearing and how both the defense and prosecution will likely approach this next phase. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Meanwhile, weekly recycling pickup is set to return next month in Baltimore City, as the Department of Public Works says it has expanded its workforce and upgraded its fleet of garbage trucks. Since July, DPW says that it's hired dozens of drivers and solid waste workers, and city leaders are also implementing new technology that will make pickup routes more efficient. This follows years of complaints over inconsistent pickup. Weekly pickup has largely been on hold since the start of the pandemic due to a major staffing and equipment shortages within DPW. 6:46 is the time, and we need to find out exactly how cold it actually will feel when you step outside.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has another look at the forecast and the warm-up coming our way. We're talking about a big warm-up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's February, so it's cold, and that's what you have to deal with here this time of year, especially as you get out early when you have a lack of cloud cover, radiational cooling allowed to take place, and that's why our temperatures have dropped into the 20s. Most of us are below freezing right now. You can see those numbers right there on the right side of your screen. We also have some forecast info on the bottom of your screen as well. Excuse me. Looking at our next 12 hours, numbers are going to rise steadily, so even by noon we'll be to the mid-40s, which is about average for our highs this time of year, and into the lower 50s in that 3 and 4 o'clock hour for the afternoon. So back to the 50s today after a couple of days in the 40s. We only hit 45 yesterday, but that's our average, so typically where we are for early February. 48 Columbia, 47 Annapolis, mid-40s your expected highs today for Chestertown out through the eastern shore. If you're traveling today, looking at numbers in the lower 60s for Memphis, mid-60s in Nashville, 58 in Atlanta, close to 70 in Dallas today, even Denver in the lower 50s, and we are seeing some more rain and snow for the Mountain West region of the U.S. If you are flying today, pilots, overall should be another great VFR day, visual flight rules all day today, and not as much wind. It was a little breezy and bumpy yesterday afternoon, but today should be a little bit calmer. Here's a look at our future scan. Wednesday afternoon, staying mainly dry here up and down the East Coast, and that's going to continue into Thursday as well. Tomorrow and into Friday, what we'll feel is more of the warmer or more milder air coming up from the south, and you may get a little bit more cloud cover on Friday afternoon, mainly of the high thin variety for those clouds. And then Saturday morning starts off dry, but right about 9-10 o'clock, picking up the potential for a couple of showers. We'll see some scattered off and on showers through Saturday afternoon, but not a lot of rain with this system. And then we actually will be drier on Sunday. A week from today, it's Valentine's Day, 7 days away from right now. We're just 12 days from President's Day. Our time change comes in about a month from right now, and St. Patty's Day just 39 days out. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast. We get ready for that Be More Healthy Expo on Saturday. Hope to see you out there. Those temperatures are going to be in the low to mid 60s starting Friday. And notice we have some showers coming in on Monday, especially Monday afternoon into the evening time. Temps are still going to be in the 50s, so it's mainly going to be rain. However, late Monday night into Tuesday, there is the potential for some wraparound colder air that could bring some wintry precip to some parts of the state. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Here's a look now as we're talking about a little bit of volume picking up on the roads, but this is from your Len Stoller mobile track, and we have our photographer cruising around 695 Xander Loop heading towards Rosedale, and you can see no issues to report around the Baltimore region. A little bit of slowdown on the outer loop when you're on the west side, the outer loop 695 right near Randallstown.
We have a health alert for you this morning. Medical professionals are sounding the alarm about prescription drug shortages. Experts testified before U.S. lawmakers about the basic life-saving drugs they say are often in short supply. Those including older, generic, sterile injectables that are considered a staple in hospitals, like painkillers, anti-infectives, and cancer treatments. The experts said there are now more than 250 active medication shortages.
Well, we invite you, as you just heard Justin talking about this, to join us for the Be More Healthy Expo, and it's happening this Saturday at the Baltimore Convention Center. Free event includes health screenings, cooking, dance demonstrations, and a chance to meet your favorite Fox 45 news personalities. Again, the Be More Healthy Expo runs this Saturday, February 10th from 10 to 4. Pizza Hut is serving up a sweet yet spicy way to end your relationship before Valentine's Day.
We've done a lot of Valentine's stories about how to break off things before Valentine's Day. Through February 14th, heartbreakers can send free hot and honey goodbye pies to their soon-to-be ex. The limited edition pizza comes in a custom box with a broken heart and a spot to write that person's name. The deal is only available in locations in New York City, Chicago, and Miami. Just log on to goodbyepies.com for a chance to snag one. I mean, well, at least you gave them some pizza. They went away happy.
Right. Become your own health advocate with a simple test that you can do right at home. Still ahead this morning, the benefits of reading your own blood pressure.
And ring in the Chinese New Year with an authentic dish. Just ahead this morning, how you can create your own version of sweet and sour bronzino.
Well, before we talk about all the food, we need to get some caffeine in our systems.
That's right. It's time for a coffee break. Oh, it's getting exciting. Only 4 more sleeps until Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas, where the Kansas City Chiefs will take on the San Francisco 49ers right there at Allegiant Stadium.
According to survey results from the American Gambling Association, approximately 67.8 million adults could combine to bet a whopping $23.1 billion on the Super Bowl. And both figures are significantly up from last year's survey.
That's a lot of disposable income then, if you have that much. Imagine if we put that to something else. All right, well, it's no secret that NFL players, you know, we like to see them out on the field. Their jobs are pretty important, but what about their at-home support systems?
Latoya Selman with our Sinclair sister station in Las Vegas has more on the group of women dedicated to making a difference on and off the field.
So this is one of his famous pictures on the Sports Illustrated.
Snapshots of the high life. Very few people can say their husband once graced the cover of Sports Illustrated like Yvonne McCallum.
My husband was really in his prime.
Or that he played in the NFL as long as Ashley Brown's husband, Ray.
Offensive lineman for 20 years. So we played for the Arizona Cardinals, so St. Louis Cardinals, Arizona Cardinals, Washington Redskins, San Francisco 49ers, and the Detroit Lions.
Adrian Harris McMillan's husband, Mark, moved around a lot too.
Kansas City, and then after that we were San Francisco and then DC. So it was kind of a hop, skip, and a jump sometimes.
What is it like being an NFL wife?
You travel a lot, you have fun, you have a lot of fun, and you're invited a lot of places.
I call myself the CEO of Team Brown. You know, I'm the operating officer, right? The chief operating officer, because I make it go. You know, I make the household run.
You know, I wasn't ready for it. Honestly, I thought this is overwhelming, it's too much, and he really put me at ease. You know, it was, don't be nervous, take it easy, you know, you'll make some friends.
Ashley understands the realities of juggling life in the spotlight. That's why she got together with other NFL wives like Sharice Brown and Ramonda Jordan to create Off the Field.
This organization allows us to build camaraderie, give ladies leadership roles, and just create that sense of security amongst each other.
She calls it a sisterhood made up of supportive spouses, and they come from all walks of life, too.
Everybody doesn't have a butler. Everyone doesn't have a maid or a cook.
But many of them have been known to hit the catwalk for charity. This year will mark 23 years for their marquee event, a fashion show that takes place every Super Bowl week, with proceeds staying in the big game's host city.
We have raised over $1 million. I would say over $1.5 million.
And they're all eager for this year's Party with a Purpose, a chance to pour into each other and the community off the field.
I love to just lend a hand wherever I can.
This is definitely an exciting time.
Well, lots of people are placing their bets on who will win Sunday.
A couple of otters at the Texas State Aquarium have made their pick.
Okay, well, we trust the one rodent for our weather, so here's some otters for the Super Bowl. Meet Arthur and Fisher. Their workers at the aquarium set up 2 ice cakes made of Jell-O and then watched to see which of the otters, which one they preferred.
Arthur ran straight to the Chiefs cake. Fisher gave the 49ers cake a try and decided it was too fishy. So I guess Kansas City it is. We'll find out Sunday if they made the right choice. Or we could just ask Taylor Swift now. Just kidding.
That's a good point. From the big game to the cutest game, meet the 2024 players in the 20th annual Puppy Bowl.
Teams Ruff and Team Fluff will face off this Sunday before the Super Bowl. The game features more than 130 rescue pups, all looking for their forever homes. Some of this year's MVPs include Cronut Patrick Mabones, Guy Ferrari, and more.
Well, check this out. One of the puppies is from Baltimore. Yeah, come on.
This is Linus. He is playing on Team Fluff. Okay, so now that's my team. Linus comes from the Ronnie Stanley Foundation, which is an organization started by Ronnie Stanley, who's an offensive tackle for the Ravens. Well, whether you're heading to Sin City or you're watching from your couch, maybe you're going to New Jersey to get a new pet. Whatever you're doing, we want to see how you're celebrating Super Bowl Sunday. Share your pictures and videos with FOX45. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload all your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
The verdict is in, and now Marilyn Mosby awaits her sentence on 3 separate convictions. Just ahead, how much time she could potentially spend behind bars.
And we are waiting for word on some high-profile talks underway between U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Israeli leaders, what this could mean for the war in Gaza.
Temperatures cold right now. We're warming up this afternoon and especially this weekend. We'll tell you just how high those numbers go coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, good morning on this Wednesday. It's February 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, looking at the forecast. It was frosty this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And our temperatures actually are going down a little bit over the last couple of hours. Most of us are in the 20s at this hour. Hard to see, but that real thin crescent moon is out there, rising in the east right now, right before the sun comes up in just a few minutes from right now. But it is definitely cold. Look at some of these numbers. 24 Baltimore City and Cockeysville, 23 in Columbia. We're still in the 30s in Annapolis and Stevensville near the water, but 26 for you in Elkton, 28 as you wake up with us in Westminster. Keeping those 20s around for the next couple of hours. We'll get to about 31 by 9 a.m. Mr. Bo says we're good to go, but yeah, maybe some scraping is in order this morning as those temperatures continue to be cold. But we're going to add a lot of those numbers up here today. We're talking about lower 50s by the time we head toward the afternoon, so about 5 or 6 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday with less wind as well. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And there is an accident in Lockern, right on 695's outer loop. Traffic's backed up to 795. We saw this earlier where there was 3 vehicles, a box truck and 2 other SUVs that were involved. It looks like there's also a sheriff and a state trooper. There's another one at 695's right at Old Court Road. And that, yeah, you can see the sheriff and the state trooper there right behind it. So that's on the left side, the median, and it's causing some backup. So 2 different issues in that same area, backing up traffic.
Ms. Mosby, what's your comment to the people of Baltimore?
No comment. No comment.
A jury returns a split verdict in former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's mortgage fraud trial.
Now the city's former top prosecutor awaits her sentencing for this verdict, and for the 2 counts of perjury, a different jury found her guilty of last year.
The jury in this case found Marilyn Mosby not guilty of lying on the mortgage application for her home in Kissimmee, Florida, but decided she did lie to mortgage lenders when she bought her condo in Longboat Key.
The jury pointed to a gift letter Marilyn Mosby signed indicating that her former husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, was giving her $5,000 to close on that condo and get a better rate. Prosecutors showing that money actually came from Marilyn herself, not Nick.
Marilyn Mosby has been convicted of 3 of the 4 federal charges brought against her 2 years ago. She will be sentenced for both cases in the coming weeks, though it's not clear when exactly that will happen.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a closer look at how much prison time she could face. Shannon?
Well, with these 3 different convictions, Tom and Patrice, she could face decades behind bars, but likely that won't be the case. All of this is still up in the air, though, as that sentencing hearing has yet to be set. But we do want to take a look at the maximum sentence that she could face for each of these convictions. It varies per each conviction, but for perjury, she faces up to 5 years in prison for each charge. And for this new mortgage fraud conviction, the maximum is 30 years in prison. Legal experts, though, we spoke to say the maximum penalty is not likely for any of the charges. They tell us the prosecution and defense will likely approach sentencing very differently.
But ultimately, the defense team is going to argue that these are the same transactions or similar transactions, and so the sentencing guidelines should be reduced. And the federal prosecutors are going to argue that they should be increased because they are separate incidents, separate transactions, and they should all be on top of one another. And so ultimately, the judge is going to decide how those sentencing guidelines are applied. I would suspect that we land somewhere between 18 and 24 months.
Now, Marilyn Mosby and her team have said that they plan to appeal the perjury convictions, but nothing has been filed yet, and it's not clear how they plan to move forward following this latest conviction. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 704 and legal experts also say Nick Mosby opened himself up for potential legal trouble while testifying in that case. While the city council president was on the stand, prosecutors claimed he repeatedly committed perjury on his taxes. That includes the accusations that Nick Mosby claimed to have donated more than $20,000 to charity. Now, when the investigation into the Mosbys first launched, federal investigators were looking into the couple's charitable donations, but tax fraud charges were never brought. Experts now say while it's not clear what will happen to Nick Mosby legally, the case could impact his reelection efforts, especially with more scrutiny now on his finances as he continues to lead the city council and chair the city's spending board.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope that he's handling the city's finances and being a watchdog on the city finances better than he is in his own household. That's obvious, number one. Number two, it was fascinating to me that he testified without any sort of immunity. He certainly placed himself in significant jeopardy. Federal prosecutors certainly don't take lightly to individuals coming in and admitting to significant financial crimes on the witness stand. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out.
Nick Mosby has not yet filed for re-election. The filing deadline is Friday morning. Fox 45 News learned about the tax lien on the Mosby's home more than 3 years ago in October of 2020. We pressed Nick Mosby on that lien several times. He repeatedly denied its existence.
Quick, you've denied the existence of your tax lien on your property multiple times.
I have not multiple times.
Can you say that this is the actual lien on your property?
You can talk to my attorney.
No time, there's no lien placed on my home right now. There was never a lien on my property. This is not a lien on the property. There was never a lien that was rendered on my property. There is no lien on my property. There's never been a lien on my property. It's not a lien on my property. I don't have a property lien.
Fox 45 News has been following the Mosby's financial concerns and this federal investigation since we learned about that lien. We first learned about the federal investigation in March of 2021. Federal agents issued subpoenas to several people surrounding the couple. We also learned about Marilyn Mosby's purchase of the Florida homes. Then fast forward to January 13th, 2022. That's when Marilyn Mosby is federally indicted on 2 counts of perjury and 2 counts of mortgage fraud.
I mean, it's sad because Baltimore has a long history of corruption in our local government.
There's just a pattern of kind of saying she's a victim, and in reality, a lot of this stuff is her misbehavior on a personal level.
Mosby's trial was set for May of 2022, but it was delayed 3 times. The last delay came 1 year ago after her entire defense team withdrew from the case and she was assigned public defenders. The judge delayed the trial to allow Mosby's new defense team to get up to speed on the case.
Fox 45 News will continue following all the developments surrounding Marilyn Mosby's federal convictions and keep you updated every step of the way. In fact, you can find all of our past reporting and any updates to come on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. Be sure to download the Fox 45 mobile app so you won't miss any breaking developments.
Happening today, Governor Wes Moore will give his State of the State address.
Since the governor took office more than a year ago, state officials report Maryland has seen a 220% spike in youth handgun crimes and 63% rise in car thefts.
Police say many of the offenders are juveniles. Some political observers believe there has been a change of direction for the governor's stance on crime, specifically juvenile crime.
The governor is finally emerging as a law and order governor because it's common sense. You cannot allow these young people to believe that they can manipulate the law.
We had to pivot because one of the things is a lot of the legislators, especially from Baltimore City, have been frustrated by the crime in the city that's occurred with youth violence and a variety of things.
The governor is expected to detail his administration's progress over the past year on many of the issues in Maryland, including public safety. 7:08 and developing this morning, the 18-year-old facing more than 60 charges in connection with the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will remain in an adult facility despite a push from defense attorneys to have him held in a juvenile facility.
Tristan Jackson's charges include more than 24 counts of attempted murder and conspiracy to commit murder.
A judge also ruled court proceedings related to this case will remain open. The defense argues that will put Jackson at risk and taint the jury pool, while prosecutors say sealing the documents would control how the case is covered in the media, which is not the court's role. Legal expert Euripsy Morgan says the people of Brooklyn deserve transparency.
Feeling safe again and knowing that the criminal justice system is doing everything it can to make sure that the perpetrators of that crime are being dealt with effectively.
Police say Jackson is seen several times on surveillance footage firing shots into the crowds. They also say that GPS coordinates from an ankle monitor Jackson was wearing related to a previous crime placed him at the scene the night of the shooting.
7:09 is the time, and yeah, kids are heading down to the bus stop. How many layers should you put them on, and how many layers will you get back this afternoon?
That's always the question. The lost and found in school is just, it's a big place. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
You can actually shed some of those layers today and peel it back like an onion, because we actually will see numbers that'll be warmer by this afternoon. In fact, we're basically going to double our numbers from where we are right now. So double down on that. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Sun coming up here in just a few moments from right now. 20 in Cumberland, 28 in Westminster. We actually dropped to 24 in Baltimore City and 27 your temp right now in Bel Air, right at the freezing mark for you in Annapolis. So yeah, make sure you're bundled up as you get out, and the kids head out as well, and get those sunglasses ready to go, and make sure you have them all cleaned up for the day today, because you'll need them with that bright, abundant sunshine. Out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. Definitely want some layers, because we barely get to the freezing mark by about 9 a.m. But on our way to highs that will be above average for another day today. We're back with your full forecast, including numbers this weekend that I think you're going to like. Back to you.
All right, well, let's see if we're liking what's on the roads this morning in our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. We are not going to like it so much. We're continuing to track the accident in Pikesville. This is the outer loop of 695 right at Old Court Road. And right now, there are multiple police cars there on scene. You see the vehicles as well that were involved in the incident. And more so, you see the stop and go traffic barely inching through that area. This is backed up all the way to Reisterstown Road. So you might want to choose an alternate if you're heading out the door right now.
7-Eleven and U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will be holding meetings with key Israeli officials today, pressing for a humanitarian pause in the fighting with Hamas terrorists in Gaza.
Let's go right over to Megan Gillen. She's in the Live Center with where things stand right now in these negotiations. Megan.
We know there's a lot of moving parts here, guys. We want to begin by taking you live to Gaza. We've got several live shots around that area. We know just hours ago, Hamas responding to a proposal meant to secure a long-term stop in the fighting in Gaza and the freedom of the remaining hostages.
Together with Qatar and Egypt, we put forward, as you know, a serious proposal that was aimed at not simply repeating the previous agreement, but expanding it. As the Prime Minister just said, Hamas responded tonight. We're reviewing that response now.
Still no word on what's going to come of that. We know this was the scene over the weekend. Thousands protesting in Tel Aviv, calling for the government to do more to get hostages out of the hands of Hamas. At the same time, we are learning if those hostages are released and freed, there will be less of them. A shocking New York Times report now revealing at least 30 hostages are confirmed dead of the 136 still being held captive. Again, high-profile talks with Antony Blinken expected here today. We'll keep you posted on what comes of it. For now, that's the latest from our Live Center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. Millions of your tax dollars meant for disadvantaged schools in Maryland remain untouched. Fox 45's Project Baltimore team looks into the root causes of this oversight and the impacts it could have on students.
Don't let love blind you to the dangers of the digital world. After the break, how scammers are using dating apps to exploit hopeless romantics, and what you need to do to protect yourself. 7:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:15 around Valentine's Day. Everyone is looking for love, but you don't want to go to jail for it. But if you fall for the latest romance scam, instead of roses and chocolates, prosecution could be in your future. This is serious. For this week's Confident Consumer, Angie Barnett with the Better Business Bureau is joining us. And I mean, it's already hard enough finding love to have to consider all of this other on the side.
It is. And, you know, I want to begin with just a quick statistic. Romance scams is the #1 scam for individuals 55 and over.
Okay.
It's also the highest dollar lost. So romance scams are really serious.
And so you think about, okay, I'm going to lose money, and that's one aspect of this. But in this particular scam, there's the whole you're doing something illegal part. So tell us what's happening.
This particular scam that we're starting to see reported to Better Business Bureau Scam Tracker. Bottom line, I go online. An individual responds to me. They're the whole kit and caboodle. And they take our exchanges off the app. That's #1 warning sign. They take me to text messaging, email, and sometimes you have to remember, they actually may do FaceTime. What they'll do is they will ask you and give a very plausible reason for you to, they're gonna send you money and they want you to send the money overseas.
Okay.
We're talking about 10,000, 20,000, large lumps of sum. They're going to send you the money, and what it is, it's money laundering, or what we call money mules, because you're actually, this is a scammer. He's taken stolen money, he's sending it to you. You were participating unknowingly by forwarding the money overseas, and it's a way to help with the tracking. Think about it, he may have done that to somebody else and somebody else and somebody else. Makes it hard to track the money when there's that many people involved.
But isn't that the first red flag? Because I would think you would say, well, why do I have to send it? If you're going to send it to me and then I'm going to send it, why don't you just send it?
Yeah.
And then,
and again, they make
people are caught
plausible
up.
excuses. And what romance scams, you and I talking about it, it's go, who would fall for that?
Right.
But when
But it
it's a
happens.
matter of the heart, emotion, quick decisions, and most importantly, we want to believe in love.
Okay, so let's talk about some ways to protect yourself. Then doing the reverse imaging for the person that they're saying they are.
Yeah, same thing we talk about with puppy scams.
Yep.
Take that photo of that individual, see how many places they are. Also look now in, social media. You can also look and see, is this person's photo being used elsewhere? If it's on a social app like Facebook, or, do your research there. Talk to them and ask them questions about their profile, what they said they were. Ask them to give you more detail, because when they get caught up in telling more and more detail, they forget some of the things they say.
They forget their lies.
You've got to do your research.
Okay.
And I will always say, when it comes to romance, when you're being asked to give money, to send things, to do things, that is the biggest tip. True love, not going to happen.
All right, Angie, thank you. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
All right, well, let's send it now over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. And talking to Angie in the break, she likes your Usher singing.
Oh, yeah?
Not.
I plead the fifth.
How big is a caboodle, by the way? Well, I just want to know, because we always say the kit and caboodle, and I'm like, well, how big is a caboodle?
About the size of a pinch. Larger. It's larger than a pinch.
Larger than a pinch. Okay. So, all right. That's good to know. See, I mean, Angie is just filled with information. That's why we love having her on our show. Good morning to all of you. Here we go. The sun is up now over Towson. I'll step out. Want you to take in this other shot of that sun that has now risen over the eastern shore. Really pretty from the Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. But it's cold, campers, so make sure to bundle up as you head out. Dry conditions up and down the East Coast. Most of the eastern 2/3 of the U.S. has been very quiet for the last couple of days. Where all of the activity is taking place is out west, where we had that large storm system in California. Now it's spreading snow to the Rockies and the Intermountain West, with that area of low pressure, that cold front right there, tracking from west to east. And believe it or not, an area of low pressure is going to track across the Central Plains and by the time we get to Saturday, could have some rain showers here in our neighborhood. But for the next couple of days, going to stay dry. Beep, beep, as those kids head out this morning with temperatures in the 20s. Make sure they're bundled up. But we're going to add about 25 degrees to these numbers for this afternoon. Mild conditions for us later today with upper 40s and lower 50s. That's going to be in the above average category. Right across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures. Numbers for you in Howard and Arundel counties also in the mid to upper 40s and a few lower 50s for you as well. Now, here's the nice temperature trend. 54 tomorrow and then low to mid 60s Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Even though we have a few rain showers to get through, we'll be a little bit colder through the middle of next week as we head toward Valentine's Day. This is our future scan. So dry conditions today and tomorrow, really not tracking any rain, not until we get to early Saturday morning. Shout out to Tommy in Pasadena. That is Gus the dog, and your friend Michelle sent this picture in. Tommy, that is a great picture of Gus still in the Lamar jersey and still repping your purple Ravens. So thanks for that shot, and always love to get your pet pics too. JC Chambers at FOX45.com. The big Be More Healthy Expo coming up on Saturday, and maybe a few rain showers in the morning, off and on into the afternoon. Sunday's dry, and then another weather maker rolls in by Monday of next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Continuing to follow two incidents that happened here. One accident, Pikeville Outer Loop, and there was 3 vehicles involved there, and that is now moved into the median, and it's causing just one lane to get blocked. So there's still some delays there. Then if you travel way south of that and you look at the inner loop, 695 right at Frederick Road, there's an incident there on the outer loop. 3 vehicles involved there too. So that's causing some 2 backups if you're heading around the outer loop on the western part of Baltimore.
The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
Taking a live look now over Allegiant Stadium, where the 2 teams are going to battle it out Sunday for the big game.
If you're from Baltimore and a fan of Sunday's halftime performer, we have some good news.
That's right. Usher is announcing his past, present, future tour, and it is starting in D.C. on August 20th, and then it is coming to CFG Bank Arena on August 24th.
Now, if you want to score some tickets, pre-sale begins today. General ticket sales begin Monday.
A junior at the University of Central Florida is facing legal trouble from Taylor Swift's team, why his social media hobby is sparking a showdown with the pop star.
And the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra is getting ready for the Lunar New Year, and a lot more. We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Oh, it's the Year of the Dragon, and in celebration, the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra is rousing up their bows, rousing up their bows.
Rosin, yes, but they, you got it.
It's a weird spelling.
It's a hard thing to say, rosining.
Rosining their bows.
We got it. Mark Clark is at the Symphony with how they are gearing up, rosining up, whatever they're doing for their 2024 celebration. Mark.
Take a bow.
That's right. We are rosining up our bows here. Whitney Brown, a lot going on here. And so, Whitney, I mean, you're nervous because you say there's so much going on, Mark. I don't know where to start. So go ahead and start.
Yes, we're excited to celebrate the Lunar New Year here at the Meyerhoff tomorrow. At 7 p.m. We have a ton of cultural activities and, of course, great music to celebrate the Year of the Dragon. So we'll get started here at 5 p.m. with some cultural festivities. We'll have great food, great activities. It's really an event the entire family can enjoy.
I love it. I love it. You know, this is a great date. This is a great family spot. This is, you can learn so much. And so, as you mentioned, I mean, you know, the Lunar New Year is very exciting. I know my daughters are so excited about it, but you learn something, you get to meet new people, but also just have a wonderful experience.
That's right, and it's a perfect opportunity for us. We get to highlight local Baltimore eateries like Eki Bed and Peter Chang, as well as Mochi Donuts, and we bring you great music, of course.
And you know, guys, so we're here this morning, and when you mention the food, we'll get into the food next here at the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra. We're going to have a great time. You know, I'm tired of people saying when they see me, they think food, but okay, I'll take that.
But food makes people happy. So when they think of you, they're happy. How about that?
There we go. There we go. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for rising up my bow. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Mark. If you'd like some more information about how to rosin up the bows and see the dragons, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
We're going to see temperatures in the 40s, maybe even the 50s this afternoon. Look at that sun. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we could see temperatures in the 60s. That's ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and that brought up a really interesting point, talking about grocery shopping couples. My wife prefers to do it alone, really, because whenever me or the kids are there, the cart gets bigger, fuller.
I think it probably works the reverse if my husband goes with me.
Really?
He's like, do
Yeah?
we need that?
Oh, all right. Justin, do you go with Jess, or does Jess go alone?
Listen,
You do it.
she likes doing it. I love when I get to go. If it's Wegmans, if it's any other store, I'm like, but I love going to Wegmans. But again, it takes like an hour because I want to go to all the aisles and I want to try all the stuff. So she's irritated. She's like, can we just get through this? Live look outside right now. Beautiful shot. The sun is up. It is cold on your Wednesday morning and throughout the region. Look at this, 20s, mainly 20s, 30 in Salisbury and Philly. But other than that, most of us are waking up to the 20s. So it is a cold February morning, but we have plenty of sunshine, warmer temperatures for this afternoon, and those temperatures staying above average for this time of year. We're going to top out at 51 today. We only got to the mid 40s yesterday, so back to the 50s today. And notice the 50s continue tomorrow, even close to 60 as early as Friday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Patrice?
All right, let's get over to our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. We've been following an accident in Catonsville on the outer loop at 695. It's southbound between Frederick Road and Wilkins Avenue, and the right lane is blocked, and you can see the backup that it is causing all the way to Liberty Road. So as you head out the door, either find an alternate route or get out a little sooner than you were planning to this morning.
7:32, and former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is found guilty on one of 2 counts in her federal mortgage fraud trial.
Throughout the trial, Mosby's defense team tried to convince the jury that her ex-husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, hid financial information from her for years, and she didn't knowingly lie on any mortgage application.
Attorney Kurt Nachman with EN Lawyers, who is not affiliated with this case, says he's slightly surprised by the split verdict.
Clearly, the jurors were listening, that they keyed in on the one particular note, and that maybe they did believe Ms. Mosby's testimony that she really did trust at the time her husband was taking care of the finances. Obviously, did not believe them at all with regard to the gift note that sort of highlighted that one purchase of the Longbow Key property.
U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron released a statement on the verdict saying, "We humbly respect the court's considered rulings, opposing counsel's zealous advocacy and the wisdom of both jury verdicts in this case, and we remain focused on our mission to uphold the rule of law."
Mosby was found guilty on 2 counts of perjury in a previous federal trial. She plans to appeal all 3 convictions and will be sentenced at a later date. Fox 45 News will continue following these breaking developments and bring you any updates on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Don't just sue them, Snyder them.
Millions of your tax dollars that were intended to help children in Maryland's poorest schools are apparently not being spent.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, that's according to a report just released by the Inspector General for Education.
The Blueprint for Maryland's Future, also known as the Kerwin Plan, pumps billions of additional dollars into public education. But now an audit by the Inspector General for Education found millions of your tax dollars are going unused. When Maryland's legislature passed the Blueprint for Maryland's Future a few years ago, it created what's known as the Concentration of Poverty Grant Program. This grant provides extra funding to schools in areas with high rates of poverty and crime. The money is intended to give students extra resources, such as health care and other social services. Maryland has 24 public school systems. The IG report only looked at 8 of them and found $12.3 million in grant money was sent to those 8 school systems, but sat unused from fiscal years 2020 to 2022. How can this happen? The report blames the Maryland Department of Education for a lack of policies and training. In other words, school systems didn't know how to spend the money or what to spend it on. The report issues a series of recommendations for MSDE, which includes improving how it monitors the concentration of poverty grant to ensure the funds are not misallocated. MSDE says it has already implemented some of the recommendations, and it plans to implement almost all of the rest of them. According to the IG, addressing this problem now is especially important because in the coming years, billions of additional tax dollars will go into public education as a result of the blueprint for Maryland's future. Now, coming up on Wednesday, we're going to take a closer look at this report because if $12 million went unspent in just 8 school systems, how big of a problem is this statewide? I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Project Baltimore wants to hear from you. Do you have a story to share about your child's education or a concern you'd like our team to investigate? Call the tip line on your screen or send an email to projectbaltimore@foxbaltimore.com. You can also find us on social media.
This morning, the results of the Nevada Republican presidential primary are still coming in, but the race has officially been called.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with this unusual situation, Megan.
Yeah, you ready for this? Check it out. It has officially been called for none of these candidates, with 62.9% of the vote there. Former President Trump was not a choice on this ballot. Nikki Haley in second here just did not get enough to be able to win as the only major Republican candidate on the ballot here as you take a look at some of those other names. So what this means, guys, is that yesterday's Nevada primary really doesn't mean anything other than showing the lack of support for Haley. Again, former President Trump, not an option for voters on that ballot. Instead, he's participating in the Nevada caucuses on Thursday, the only contest in the state that will award delegates to count towards the nominating process. Taking you live now to the White House, where on the other side of the aisle, President Joe Biden securing 90% of the votes in Nevada's Democratic primary, really facing no serious challengers as of yet in his re-election campaign. As we take a look at what's next, we've got South Carolina, February 24th. That's just for the Republican primary there. And that's a big one there for Nikki Haley. That's her home state and where her campaign has been focused. Will be interesting to see how it pans out. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A high-profile trial ends with a mixed verdict for former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby. Fox 45 is delving into the trial's revelations, plus the impact on Mosby's legal career.
After a few chilly mornings, we are looking forward to a weekend warm-up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we could see temperatures in the 60s in his full forecast. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We're just about 20 minutes in front of 8 o'clock on your hump day. As we look outside, that sun is now up, shining brightly this morning. It is still cold, so if you haven't made your way outside, make sure to have that jacket, gloves, and hat ready to go. You can see our temperatures. Most of us are in the 20s right now, a few lower 30s here and there. Don't you worry, though. We're going to warm up nicely, and keep the sunglasses handy, too, because you'll need them today with no need for the umbrella, not until we get to the weekend. Back with your full forecast coming up.
Thank you, Justin. We know you're excited about the upcoming big game. Now you can celebrate it with some extra cash. Here's a chance for you to win by playing the big game trivia.
Just grab your phone, scan that QR code right there on the screen for your chance to win a $100 gift card. Play the big game trivia. Get the question right, and you could win that daily prize of the $100 gift card.
Daily prize winners will also be eligible then. Wait for it. Yeah, chance to win $5,000. Just scan the QR code for the big game trivia question of the day. And then Joe Dunn is yesterday's winner, so he's got $100. Congratulations, Joe.
A Butchers Hill woman's fight for justice takes a turn as charges are finally brought against the juveniles involved in her attack. Why it took months for action to be taken and what this means for juvenile justice reform.
Attention commuters, how the Maryland Transit Administration wants you to improve your riding experience. 7:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. You may have noticed an addition or even a shift on M.MTA's website. A new page has shifted from the MTA Performance Improvement to MTA Customer Experience Dashboard. Joining us now with the details behind the new dashboard, MTA Administrator Holly Arnold. Thank you so much for coming in.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
When you look at the website, you're going, okay, what's the difference between performance before? Is this just a new name or is there more features on it?
More features, new data, and kind of a new way of looking at things. When we initially launched our webpage, it was kind of at the very beginning of when we had data and we're starting to put it out there. You know, now this many years later, our approach has matured and we've started to think about it differently. So we've introduced some new metrics, really just focused on like, what does the rider want to know? So that is my bus or train going to show up? If it does, is it going to show up on time? And then on the real-time side, is real-time available and is it accurate? And it allows us to track our progress and publicly hold ourselves accountable for how we're doing.
Yeah, I was on it. I was playing a little bit with it because I obviously I had not gone on before, but I was on it this time, and you could see how there's delays. And light rail, you show all of a sudden 50% drop off in their viewer because they had to pull out all those cars and shut it down for a little while. So you could progress the last 2 years, I believe, right?
Yeah, so it's got 13 months of data on there. The old data is still available on the other website. And we're trying to use simpler terms as well. Like, we're very jargony in the transit industry, so things that people can understand. We've also introduced information on our vacancy rate. You know, I've been very public about the need that we need to hire more operators, and we're still hiring if people are looking for jobs, but showing our progress. And we've really been successful there in hiring and closing that gap.
Speaking of hiring, you also just hired a director of rider experience. What is that position? Is it new, and who did you hire?
Yeah, so we created a new office. It's our customer experience office. And so the goal of that is to elevate the rider experience inside the agency. So making sure that the voice of the rider is heard. So we hired Roxana Barahand. She came over from the city to join us. She's been there for about 2 weeks. She's out riding the system, asking lots of questions, and taking the stories from the rider and tying it with that data that's on the webpage.
Okay, so actually experiencing it and saying, yeah, this is exactly what I'm experienced too, not just somebody may complain about one thing. We can't change the whole system because of that. Also, you upgraded something at Montgomery Mall, the elevator. I saw a video that you posted on that too. That was a bigger project than what people think, oh, it's just one elevator.
Yeah, it took us a little bit longer than we had hoped to get that elevator open, but in terms of accessibility, very important for the folks who are riding the system. And there's a lot more to come. You know, our system is aging. We need to replace and upgrade elevators so that you'll see more of that over the coming years.
MTA Administrator Holly Arnold, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
Sure. Now we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a check of his forecast. And a beautiful day today, Justin.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. In fact, warmer today, too. We were in the mid-40s yesterday. We're going to slide into those lower 50s for a lot of us as we head toward the afternoon. Should not be as breezy as it was yesterday. A little bumpy up there flying around yesterday afternoon, but should be a lot calmer for today. And the next couple of days staying on the calm side. Now, it's cold. Our temps have dropped in the overnight hours. We call this radiational cooling. We don't have any cloud cover to act as a blanket, so all of the heat that we had from yesterday allowed to escape freely to the atmosphere, and that's why our temps have dropped down to 24 officially in Towson. Up and down the 95 corridor and for most of the East Coast, we're looking good as we are staying dry, but where the action is really out west. Basically, the western half of the U.S. is where there actually is some adverse weather taking place, with the rest of the country very quiet. But we have that strong storm system that impacted California and Nevada, and now you can see some snow in the Intermountain West for the Rockies and the Four Corners region, all the way up toward the Tetons as well. Overall, in your coffee cast, you want to grab that cup of joe and enjoy it with us here this morning. Mid-20s next hour with lower 30s through 9 a.m. We'll get to the mid-30s by 10 o'clock, and the sun will be up until 5:34 tonight. So we're getting those longer daylight hours as we get closer to the first day of spring. 36 by 10 a.m. on your MetroCast day planner. Overall, temps climb into the upper 40s and lower 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Maybe you're doing a happy hour on a Wednesday with temps still hanging out at about 48 in that 5 o'clock hour. 45 is where we typically are. Most of us above average, mid to upper 40s, so the eastern shore, across the Bay Bridge, up and down the Chesapeake. 47 in Cockeysville today, 48 for you in Columbia. Most of us in the 40s up and down the 95 corridor, New York and Philly, and close to 50 in D.C. this afternoon. So we'll be in the 50s tomorrow. And look at these nice numbers. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, all of us in the low to mid 60s. So a nice warm up as we head toward the weekend, even though we're tracking some rain. Overall, our future scan is dry today. Tomorrow, we get more of a southerly flow. That'll bring in a few more of those high, thin clouds, but all it is going to do is also bring in some mild conditions and those temperatures. And as we get through Friday afternoon, we're staying dry. Really, Saturday morning is when we'll start to see some showers, about 9, 10 o'clock as you're heading out to the Health Expo. And then by Saturday afternoon, a couple of scattered showers here and there, but overall drying out by Sunday. We do have another weather maker coming in on Monday that's going to bring some rain showers and possibly some wintry precip early Tuesday morning for at least some parts of the state.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking out at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and we are continuing to track the accident in Catonsville. This is the outer loop of 695 southbound right between Frederick Road and Wilkins Avenue. The good news, the accident has been cleared and the left lane is now open, but what you're seeing there on the top left, that's still the heavy backup. Elsewhere on the roads, no major accidents to report. Everybody else looking pretty good this morning. Well, let's take a live look now from our Lynn Stoller mobile track. First thing I see in that is sun, but then I see the backup, 695 in the Windsor Mill area.
We invite you to join us for the Be More Healthy Expo this Saturday at the Baltimore Convention Center.
The free event includes health screenings, cooking, dance demonstrations, and a chance to meet your favorite Fox 45 news personalities. Again, the Be More Healthy Expo runs Saturday, February 10th from 10 a.m. through 4 p.m.
And the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra has a lot going on, including the Lunar New Year celebration, but also some other things. We'll tell you about it coming up.
Looking for a Valentine? Well, in our 9 o'clock hour, where you can feel the warmth of a cold nose and give a deserving animal a forever home.
Oh, that sounds very nice. You snuggle up with your forever animal and a cup of coffee.
Yeah, a mug of coffee. Oh, man, going back to Saturday mornings when they don't have to put the alarm. All right, sorry. Anyway, it's time for a coffee break.
$7.54 trending now. Taylor Swift's legal team is threatening to take action against a college student who tracked her and other celebrities' jets.
Jack Sweeney, a junior at the University of Central Florida, has run social media accounts for years logging the takeoff and landings of hundreds of public figures and their aircrafts.
The accounts use public information from the Federal Aviation Administration and hobbyists who track the aircrafts from their signals. Swift's attorneys wrote Sweeney a cease and desist letter in December. The pop star has dealt with stalkers and harassment over the years.
Sweeney maintains the information is publicly available and serves as a way to measure public figures' carbon footprint, which has been brought up here recently. We were just talking about that, how she's going to be flying from Tokyo to watch her boyfriend play in the Super Bowl and then fly back out to another concert hours later.
My problem with it is if that was what he was upset about, he could post it after the trips instead of letting everyone know exactly when and where she was going to be. If the whole purpose is just for the environmental issues, it doesn't matter when you post that. You could do it after the trip and show it. I think that he's doing this as a threatening maneuver.
But if it's public, I don't.
People could do it,
right? So I don't. I mean, he's not doing something underhanded to find out and put information she doesn't want out there. And she is very public. She pops up everywhere.
Well, and think about paparazzi too. I mean, they know her tail number. I mean, every plane has a tail number. You have to have a tail number. It has to be disclosed there. So you take a picture of her coming off a plane. Hey, we have Taylor Swift's tail number, and sometimes you can track it on those sites. Other times you can hide it. I mean, Tom and I are talking about right now.
But then there's still the loophole that this guy has found among all these other celebrities, and that is what he is using.
Because this one says registration pending, so she's keeping it quiet, and he's put out her tail number there, which is November 898, and then it's Tango Sierra. But
Tango Sierra.
It's TS for Taylor Swift.
Did you all get that?
89.
In case you want to track her.
898 Tango Sierra.
While it is public knowledge, when he keeps putting it out there like that, you're attracting people to those times and places. So I just feel like his intentions are not what he's saying that it is.
Okay.
I can see that. All right, let's take a look at your forecast here, or at least I will in a little bit. You can see that beautiful sunshine, and we're going to be warming up nicely for the weekend. So look, I am not going to be the anti-hero. I'll be the hero.
The verdict is in, and now Marilyn Mosby awaits her sentence on 3 separate convictions. Coming up, just how long she could spend behind bars.
Marilyn Mosby learns her fate from the jury. The split decision they came back with, and how much time behind bars it could mean for the former city state's attorney.
2 juveniles will be charged for their alleged attack on a Butchers Hill woman And that's only a recent change. Why a lifelong Baltimore resident believes the shift happened.
And our temperatures are cold now, but don't you worry. We're going to be talking about numbers that will be warmer as we head toward the afternoon.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Just had a whole argument with my 7-year-old that she has to wear pants today because it's 20 degrees outside.
She wanted to wear shorts? Oh, good. The kids do it, though, and somehow they don't freeze to death. My goodness. All right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, can you advise them otherwise?
Please dress warmly, at least this morning. Yeah. Later, maybe you can get some shorts on. That's the whole thing with February when we've had weather like this, guys, because it's been so sunny. You get outside, you're like, man, this is great, but it still has that kind of chill in the air, especially with that wind that we had yesterday. So looking outside from our downtown Baltimore camera, lots of sunshine right now. However, our temps are climbing a little bit. We made it to 31 in Baltimore City, 34 currently in Annapolis, upper 20s in Westminster and Bel Air. Still cold in Western Maryland, Hagerstown at 25 and 20 in Cumberland. So another chilly morning, but we do have a warmer afternoon ahead, and those temperatures staying above average for today and for this time of year, too, for the next couple of days. On your out and about cast, eventually we'll get to the lower 40s by 11 a.m., mid to upper 40s as we take you into the early afternoon. We're back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
Well, now to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, and we're taking a look at some congestion on the roads there. This is a disabled vehicle on 95 southbound, so just be careful out on the roads.
Ms. Mosby, what's your comment to the people of Baltimore?
No comment. No comment.
A jury returns a split verdict in former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's mortgage fraud trial.
Now the city's former top prosecutor awaits her sentencing for this verdict and for the 2 counts of perjury that a different jury found her guilty of last year.
The jury found Marilyn Mosby not guilty of lying on the mortgage application for her home in Kissimmee, Florida, but decided she did lie to mortgage lenders when she bought her condo in Longboat Key.
The jury pointed to a gift letter Marilyn Mosby signed indicating that her former husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, was giving her $5,000 to close on that condo. Prosecutors showed that money actually came from Marilyn herself, not Nick. Now, Marilyn Mosby has been convicted of 3 of the 4 federal charges brought against her 2 years ago. She will be sentenced for both cases in the coming weeks, though it's not clear just yet when that will happen.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with a closer look at how much jail time she could see. Shannon.
Well, with these 3 convictions, Megan and Patrice, Mosby could face decades behind bars. Likely, though, that won't be the case. All of this, though, is really still up in the air as a sentencing hearing has yet to be set on the calendar. But in the meantime, we do want to take a look at the maximum sentences that she could face, and they vary for each of these convictions. For perjury, she faces up to 5 years in prison for each charge. And for this new mortgage fraud conviction, the maximum is 30 years in prison. Legal experts we spoke to, though, say the maximum penalty is not likely for any of these charges, and they tell us the prosecution and defense will likely approach sentencing very differently.
But ultimately, the defense team is going to argue that these are the same transactions or similar transactions, and so the sentencing guidelines should be reduced. And the federal prosecutors are going to argue that they should be increased because they are separate incidents, separate transactions, and they should all be on top of one another. And so ultimately, the judge is going to decide how those sentencing guidelines are applied. I would suspect that we land somewhere between 18 and 24 months.
Now, Marilyn Mosby and her team have said that they plan to appeal the perjury convictions, but nothing has been filed yet. And as of now, it's not clear how they plan to move forward following this most recent conviction. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Legal experts also say that Nick Mosby opened himself up for potential legal trouble while testifying in this case. Now, while the city council president was on the stand, prosecutors claimed that he repeatedly committed perjury on his taxes. That includes the accusation that Mr. Mosby claimed to have donated more than $20,000 to charity. Now, when the investigation into the Mosbys first launched, federal investigators were looking into the couple's charitable donations, but tax fraud charges were never brought. fraud. Experts say while it is not clear what will happen to Nick Mosby legally, the case could impact his re-election efforts, especially with more scrutiny on his finances as he continues to lead the city council and chair the city's spending board.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope that he's handling the city's finances and being a watchdog on the city finances better than he is in his own household. That's obvious, number one. Number two, it was fascinating to me that he testified without any sort of immunity. He certainly placed himself in significant jeopardy. Federal prosecutors certainly don't take lightly to individuals coming in and admitting to significant financial crimes on the witness stand. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out.
Nick Mosby has not yet filed for re-election. That filing deadline is this Friday morning. Fox 45 News first learned about the tax lien on the Mosby's home more than 3 years ago. Back in October of 2020, we pressed Nick Mosby on the lien several times, and he repeatedly denied its existence.
Quick, you've denied the existence of your tax lien on your property multiple times.
I have not multiple times.
Can you say that this is the actual lien on your property?
You can talk to my attorney.
No, Tom, there's no lien placed on my home right now. There was never a lien on my property. This is not a lien on the property. There was never a lien that was rendered on my property. There is no lien on my property. There's never been a lien on my property. It's not a lien on my property. I don't have a property lien.
Fox 45 News has been following the Mosby's financial concerns and this federal investigation since we learned about that lien. We first learned about the federal investigation in March of 2021. Federal agents issuing subpoenas to several people surrounding the couple. We also learned about Marilyn Mosby's purchase of the Florida homes. Fast forward now to January 13th of 2022. That is when Marilyn Mosby is federally indicted on 2 counts of perjury and 2 counts of mortgage fraud.
I mean, it's sad because Baltimore has a long history of corruption in our local government.
There's just a pattern of kind of saying she's a victim, and in reality, a lot of this stuff is her misbehavior on a personal level.
Well, Mosby's trial was set for May 2022, but it was delayed 3 times. The last delay came 1 year ago after her entire defense team withdrew from the case and she was assigned public defenders. The judge delayed the trial to allow Mosby's new defense team to get up to speed on the case.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow all the developments surrounding Marilyn Mosby's federal convictions. You can find all of our past reporting and any updates to come on our website, foxbaltimore.com. And be sure to download the Fox 45 mobile app to be sure that you don't miss any breaking developments.
Baltimore nonprofits receiving thousands of city dollars, but they're still not in compliance with the state. In our next half hour, how the city is spending your tax dollars.
It is a staple of any visit to the doctor's office, but can you check your own blood pressure? Still to come, who health experts say may need to pay closer attention to the numbers on their own time.
Well, we've got a lot of sun out there once again today, and those temperatures eventually will climb back into the 40s and 50s. We'll talk about just how much warmer we get this weekend in just a few.
And before we head to break, a quick look at your Lens Solar traffic network here. We are getting reports of an incident in Towson. It's on the inner loop at Cromwell Bridge Road. Our camera's showing a little bit of a slowdown in that region, but nothing too bad. Still moving. 8:08 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
It is 8:11, and we need to get a check of our forecast. See when the warm weather's coming.
Oh, it's coming soon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers telling us just wait. Pull it out.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the whole thing, ladies, is, I mean, yesterday we got to the mid-40s, so it was a little cooler, kind of felt cooler, too, with the breezy conditions out there. But we are going to be warmer for this afternoon, a little less wind and kind of stable air is moving in as we look out over the Towson traffic circle. Folks are buzzing about here, driving around this morning on your Wednesday. We're still in the 20s in Rosedale and Cockeysville, 26 as well for you in Joppatown, 33 currently Dundalk, and some lower 30s for Baltimore City down through Brooklyn Park. So, yeah, make sure to grab the jacket, the hat, the gloves as necessary for now. Sunglasses definitely required with no need for the umbrella, not until we get to the weekend, which we'll take a closer look at coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. 2 juveniles accused of attacking a Butchers Hill woman will face a long list of charges, but she says that wasn't always the case. Up next, a lifelong Baltimore resident tells us why they think that shift happened.
And still to come in our 9 o'clock hour, an effort to promote health equity, where families can go to connect with the resources they need. 8:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
I think they've pretty much put every possible charge on there.
The 2 juveniles accused of attacking a Butchers Hill woman last November will now face a laundry list of charges. That's according to the victim, who says initially she was told the teens would face no consequences. This morning we have lifelong Baltimore resident Pastor P.M. Smith joining us live to weigh in on really this dramatic change. We're talking, Pastor Smith, good morning, first of all.
Morning.
We're talking about a dozen charges that the 12 and 14-year-old suspects are now going to be facing. What do you think sparked that change after initially DJS initially and immediately released them?
I think that locally they're beginning to hear the cries of parents. Not just victims, but parents. The 12-year-old young man, I think his mother was interviewed shortly after the occurrence, and she said, I need help. She was begging for help because she was very concerned about the future of her young man if he's not checked in that behavior now. So I'm glad Mr. Bates and his office have gone forward. I don't think they can comment, but I don't think they should. Let's proceed.
As we look to what happens now, you talk about voices being heard. Under a new juvenile justice reform bill introduced last week, we're talking about possible change to come from Annapolis. I can see it in your face. You think it's too little, too late, but is it at least a step in the right direction?
Too little, too late, too long. For 20 months, they've been showing up. For 20 months, they've been talking. And now the product is something like this. And the only word they can use is accountability. I think your viewing voters need to apply accountability not just to the juveniles, but to those juvenile legislators. Bill, Jill, and Will. Bill Ferguson, Will Smith, and Miss Jill, they're senators. How about Mr. Cleppinger? How about Miss Jones? We need to hold them accountable, especially Vinny Schiraldi. I think he's a little bully.
That's what they've been talking about with DJS, of making some changes, and especially in the intake process. What change would you like to see as they're considering that?
I want to see a change in the way voters view the power of their vote. Hold them accountable. They call it juvenile crime. I call it my future. These are my children and grandchildren. The sooner we smack them on the hand, the sooner we smack them on the butt, the sooner we correct that behavior, the better off as a people. And I can say this, most folk don't want to hear it. The sooner our African-American sons and daughters will be moving in a different direction. The folk in Annapolis set policy, but I don't think they've been to a funeral lately.
And that's the unfortunate downside of all of this here when we look at the real consequences. When we talk about a slap on the wrist or a real penalty, being held accountable, what does that look like? Is that within DJS? Is that within an adult system? You know, where do we draw that line?
It depends on the behavior. I'm not concerned about the age. Check the behavior. The sooner, the better. Old school folk have been taught, if you lie, you'll steal. If you steal, you'll murder. And that's what we're seeing. I think you all reported a situation where a female attacked a young man. He's on the ground. She pulls a gun and she's instructed to shoot that boy in the head. Come on. That behavior needs to be checked when she was 9, not when she's 16. And I'm talking my children. And the folk I talk to are very concerned. Voters need to hold these politicians accountable, value your vote, and change it.
We'll see what happens in Annapolis here. Several days still to go, many days still to go. Pastor Smith, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Megan.
8:19, we want to turn it over to meteorologist Justin Chambers on this Wednesday morning.
Yeah, good morning. Lots of sunshine out there, and another day where we'll see that sun shining brightly. In fact, next couple of days going to keep dry conditions here. Got to wait till about Saturday if you want to have some rain, because that's the next chance for it to kind of roll in. But we're in the 30s right now, on our way to the lower 50s as we head toward the afternoon. So we'll be warmer today. We only got to 45 yesterday, looking for a high of about 6 degrees warmer than that. And those temperatures staying above average, not only today, but through the course of the week. Very quiet conditions along most of the East Coast, the Midwest, the Mid-South, the Central Plains. Everything has been quiet for a while. Now, where the active weather continues to be is out west, where we're seeing now snow showers in the Four Corners region, up into the Front Range, and even more of that rain into parts of Southern California and Southern Nevada, as folks are heading there for the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. 31, your temp right now, and numbers here that'll climb into the mid-40s by midday. We're looking for those temperatures in the mid to upper 40s, even some lower 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. So 40s and 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs. 45 is typically where we are. So this time of year, most of us staying in that above average category. Close to 50 in D.C., right about 50 in Richmond, 43 if you're heading down the ocean, and looking at mid-40s for New York and Philly this afternoon. Good day to fly today, pilots. Should not be as bumpy as it was yesterday afternoon, with a little bit of that light wind out there out of the north and northeast, but VFR all day, which means visual flight rules, because we're seeing lots of sunshine here. Not talking about low ceilings here for a while. In fact, next couple of days should be all VFR, maybe some MVFR by the time we get into Saturday morning. You can see that warmer air that's coming in from the south starting especially tomorrow, but really into Friday. That's what those red lines are right there That's that milder air that's going to be coming in ahead of our next weather maker. And notice some showers here. It's about 9, 10 o'clock on Saturday morning. So as you're up on the weekend, expect to see some of that rain, but it's kind of brief. So by 2, 3 p.m., most of the rain should be done on Saturday afternoon. Again, just a couple of scattered showers. We're dry on Sunday, and then there's another weather maker behind that that's going to bring more rain, possibly some wintry precip by the time we get into early next week. Yeah, today's the 7th, so in 7 days, it's Valentine's Day. Also, Ash Wednesday next week. St. Paddy's Day in just 39 days from right now, 50 days until opening day for your Baltimore Orioles. And the Daytona 500, as my buddy Chris likes to remind me of, is next Sunday right here on Fox 45, the Super Bowl of racing. Look at those 60s for the weekend. I'm really excited about that. Even though we have to get through some rain, those numbers stay well above average. Even next week with the next weather maker coming in, our temps still stay into the 50s.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking ahead to this weekend, we want to invite you to join us for the Be More Healthy Expo. It's this Saturday at the Baltimore Convention Center. The free event includes health screenings, cooking, and dance demonstrations, and a chance to meet your favorite Fox 45 News personalities. Again, the Be More Healthy Expo runs this Saturday, February 10th from 10 a.m. through 4 p.m. Are you looking to add a new member to your family? Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, the mega adoption event you do not want to miss.
And we're getting ready for the Lunar New Year. The Baltimore Symphony Orchestra is getting ready with the music, and we're getting ready with the food. We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
New Year celebration means good music and good food.
Mark Clark is live at the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra with how they've got the goods, both musically and flavorfully. Mark, good morning.
Good morning. They definitely have the goods. Steve has prepped us here. Steve, what's the restaurant?
Hi, so the restaurant is called Ekiben. We have 3 locations in Baltimore, 1 Falls Point, 1 Hamden, and 1 in South Baltimore.
Now, obviously, this looks delicious. I know this has something, this is colossal something. These are traditional dishes. Tell us about what we have here.
So at Ekiben, we always like to do riffs on traditional dishes. So right here, we have our walnut shrimp. It's a riff off of a Chinese banquet classic walnut shrimp.
Walnut shrimp.
Yep, but we make ours a little bit spicy, and we omit walnuts in this dish. These are our knife-cut chili garlic noodles, served with our crispy tofu with some fresh herbs on top. That is a super classic Chinese dish. It's actually a dish made popular by Xi'an Famous Foods in New York. And I think 20 years ago, Anthony Bourdain made this dish really popular all throughout America.
Amazing.
This is our tofu nuggets for the vegans out there, the crispiest tofu you've ever had in your life.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's so good. With some spicy peanut sauce, fresh herbs, and onions, and roasted garlic to just liven everything.
Look, see, we ran out of time. So many delicious ingredients. We ran out of time. I want to steal this vegan dish, maybe, if I can negotiate. But again, this is what's going on, like you mentioned, Patrice. Great music, great food, a great celebration.
That's a good time.
Doing what they do, you know.
All right,
Mark, thank you.
We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Getting to the big game could cost a little extra for diehard football fans. The extra charge ride shares are putting in place for Super Bowl Sunday. Of course they are.
We continue to investigate how the city is spending its money. Coming up, we're looking into the millions of dollars going towards nonprofits that are not in good standing with the state. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News midweek, Wednesday, February 7th. I'm Megan Gillen.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and it is slowly warming up. It was really cold this morning getting into work.
It was, and we're hearing the warm-ups coming.
Yeah, we keep hearing that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is telling us exactly when we'll start to feel it.
Yeah, absolutely. This afternoon, guys, as early as about 2, 3 o'clock, you're going to see those numbers slide to the upper 40s and lower 50s. So it'll be warmer than it was yesterday. But you can see our Towson cam right now, that sun that is out there, and overall very quiet weather, a warmer afternoon ahead. Temps above average not only today, but staying above average through the course of this week. So on your out and about cast, upper 30s through 10 a.m. We'll get to the low to mid 40s by midday, and then upper 40s, and should top out about 51 for today. Mid 50s tomorrow, right about 60 on Friday, and we'll start a string of 60-degree days here as we get into this upcoming weekend. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And there are a lot of issues to report right now south of the city. In fact, right in front of, before you go into the tunnel, major slowdowns right at Keith Avenue here. And it looks like that is left lane, 3 vehicles involved. This is 95 south, right before you get to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. There's another issue that is northbound right at US 1 and Caton Avenue. There's a utility problem there, so there's crews working on it. That's causing a backup. We also have another one that is 713 right near the 100 eastbound, and there's debris there. That's causing a slowdown. One that is not causing any delays. Actually, it is, but it's got 2 lanes shut down at US 1, and we are talking about north and south at Washington Boulevard and Corridor Road. There's debris there in the road, and then incident right at Mill Bottom Road, West Ridge Road. There's a vehicle fire in Frederick that is shutting down the entire section right south of 70. So if you can't get onto 70 because of a vehicle fire there, and the cameras show a lot of smoke in the area, but you can't see the vehicle actually on fire.
Former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is found guilty on one of 2 counts in her federal mortgage fraud trial. Throughout the trial, Mosby's defense team tried to convince the jury her ex-husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, hid financial information from her for years and that she didn't knowingly lie on any mortgage application.
Attorney Kurt Nachman with EN Lawyers, who is not affiliated with this case, says he's slightly surprised by the split verdict.
Clearly, the jurors were listening, that they keyed in on the one particular note, and that maybe they did believe Ms. Mosby's testimony that she really did trust at the time her husband was taking care of the finances. Obviously, did not believe them at all with regard to the gift note that sort of highlighted that one purchase of the Longboat Key property.
U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron releasing a statement on the verdict saying, "We humbly respect the court's considered rulings, opposing counsel's zealous advocacy, and the wisdom of both jury verdicts in this case, and we remain focused on our mission to uphold the rule of law."
Now, Mosby was found guilty on 2 counts of perjury in a previous federal trial. She plans to appeal all 3 convictions and will be sentenced at a later date. Fox 45 News will continue following these breaking developments and bring you any updates on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
Continuing coverage this morning, taxpayer advocates are raising concerns about the state's Thrive Academy.
Yeah, it's set to receive $4.4 million as part of Governor Westmore's crime plan. The nonprofit academy, which is not really a building, provides incentives to at-risk youth who stay out of trouble, including work stipends and college tuition. Organizers say it's modeled off of Baltimore's group violence reduction strategy, calling that program a huge success. But West Baltimore, where GVRS was piloted, ended last year as the deadliest district in the city.
Concern over funding for some nonprofits stretched back months. A Fox 45 News investigation in December revealing more than 30 city organizations were not in good standing with the state, but still collected $65 million in tax dollars. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with an update on that investigation. Shannon.
Well, since we first reported this, Megan, the numbers have improved, but it still appears the city is funneling millions of dollars to nonprofits that are not in good standing. In fact, Adam Andrzejewski with OpenTheBooks.com has been looking into nonprofits for months, and he found that the 21 of the top 100 nonprofits which have received city funding are not in good standing with the state of Maryland.
The vetting process at the city has to be broken. No one's asking the basic question, are you properly registered with the state, before we cut you millions of dollars worth of city money on grants?
Just one example of that, a $50,000 boost grant to the women of Be More Empowered, awarded by the Downtown Partnership just 6 months ago. And 6 months earlier, the city's Board of Estimates approved another $25,000 for the nonprofit. The operations director at this nonprofit is now the mayor's fiance. But the nonprofit, Be More Empowered, is not in good standing with the state of Maryland. The Secretary of State has deemed the nonprofit's account delinquent, yet the organization still solicits donations on its website, and that's something Andrzejewski says they should not be doing.
Well, they're not supposed to be soliciting from people if they're not in compliance with the state. These laws are designed to prevent public ripoffs, and that's why the state of Maryland has the law. It's just not being followed by many of these nonprofits.
In the meantime, we reached out to the mayor's office to find out why the city is giving money to nonprofits that are not in compliance with the state. We did not hear back. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. And that brings us to our question of the day. Does the public deserve to know how nonprofits spend city dollars? So far, 98% of people who voted say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Happening today, Governor Wes Moore will be giving his State of the State address.
Since the governor took office more than a year ago, state officials report Maryland has seen a 220% spike in youth handgun crimes and a 63% rise in car thefts. Police say many of the offenders are juveniles. Some political observers believe that there has been a change of direction for the governor's stance on crime, specifically juvenile crime.
The governor is finally emerging as a law and order governor because it's common sense. You cannot allow these young people to believe that they can manipulate the law.
We had to pivot because one of the things is a lot of the legislators, especially from Baltimore City, have been frustrated by the crime in the city that's occurred with youth violence and a variety of things.
Is expected to detail his administration's progress over the past year on many of the issues in Maryland, including public safety.
High-profile talks aimed at pressing for a humanitarian pause in Gaza. The response from Hamas to a proposed long-term stop to this fighting.
As the sun comes up, so does the temperature. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how warm it's going to feel as we get closer to the weekend. 8:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
No. 8:40. In fact, we want to find out exactly when the kids should stop wearing shorts. I brought this up because I heard my son wears shorts all year round.
Touchy subject.
Yes,
this morning.
I know. I'm
and
sorry.
My 7-year-old lost it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. Maybe tomorrow. I mean, the mornings are still going to be cold.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, it's still February. It's going to be cold every morning. There's no doubt about that. It's just the fact that when we get to the afternoon, especially with less wind, today is actually going to be a little bit nicer. And then each day we get a little bit more of improvement in terms of our temperatures going up, especially as we head toward the weekend. And even though the weekend does come with some rain, we've got temperatures that'll be well into the 60s. So not spring, but kind of a preview of spring. Temperatures 20s and 30s right now. So we see those numbers that will continue to climb. You'll definitely need to bundle up as you head out, but the sunglasses will be required for sure. And umbrella, not really needed until we get to Saturday morning. We'll talk more about that in my full forecast in just a few. But out for a run or a jog, maybe an extra layer or two with temperatures hanging in the 30s for the next few hours.
All right, Justin, thank you. From our live center now, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will be holding meetings with key Israeli officials today, pressing for a humanitarian pause in the fighting with Hamas terrorists in Gaza. In fact, we're going to take you there live now. We've got a couple live feeds coming into our newsroom from Gaza this morning, where just hours ago, in fact, Hamas responding to a proposal meant to secure a long-term stop in the fighting in Gaza and the freedom of the remaining hostages.
Together with Qatar and Egypt, we put forward, as you know, a serious proposal that was aimed at not simply repeating the previous agreement, but expanding it. As the Prime Minister just said, Hamas responded tonight. We're reviewing that response now.
This was the scene, meantime, over the weekend. Thousands protesting in Tel Aviv, calling for the government to do more to get hostages out of the hands of Hamas. At the same time, we're learning if those hostages are freed, there will be less of them. A shocking New York Times report now revealing at least 30 hostages are confirmed dead, of the 136 still being held captive. Again, high-profile talks with Antony Blinken are expected here this morning.
Topping off our next half hour, a split verdict in Marilyn Mosby's mortgage fraud trial, what the jury found her guilty of and how much time she could be spending behind bars.
And should you take your own blood pressure on your own time? After the break, we ask a doctor who is going to be letting us know how often you should have it checked. It is 8:43 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:45, and according to a new study, blood pressure readings can vary from doctors' appointments, which can provide a challenge for patients and providers managing high blood pressure. Chief of the Division of Cardiology at Mercy Medical Center, Dr. Carlos Ince, is joining us this morning to talk about the benefits of taking your own blood pressure right at home and how, most importantly, Dr. Ince, to do it correctly. Thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your time.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
You see these readings are a little bit different, though, and a lot of people will get nervous when they go, sorry to say, but when they go and they actually meet you, so their blood pressure is not really as accurate as if they were calm and in a normal situation or a typical situation. Is that what you're finding, too?
That's very common. It's called white coat hypertension. A lot of folks, as soon as they step foot into the doctor's office, their pressure shoots right up. So that's something that we do ask patients if they do monitor their blood pressures at home, to see if it's different than what we're recording in the office.
So how do you know if you should start taking that blood pressure besides a doctor telling you to do it at home? Can somebody just start doing that, and how often should we do it?
So it's a kind of an interesting question. If you typically have had confirmed normal blood pressure, young, healthy, you probably don't need to monitor it as closely, but unfortunately we have a lot of folks that do have high blood pressure. So we do ask them to do it on a somewhat regular basis. That regular basis will depend on how high their blood pressure is and if we're adjusting their medications or not.
Yeah, and how important is then family history when we're talking about high blood pressure?
It's very important. There is a very strong likelihood that if mom and dad have high blood pressure, you will develop high blood pressure at some point as well. So that is a screening question that we ask.
Dr. Ince, when I go to look for blood pressures, monitoring systems at home, there's so many of them. I mean, we could be spending a couple $100 down to $9.99. How accurate are they, and what do you tell your patients which one they should kind of go for?
Typically they're not as accurate, but they will give you a ballpark figure. I find that the ones that go in the upper arm tend to be a little bit more accurate than the wrist ones.
Okay.
I do have patients that spend a lot of money and can have a very inaccurate one, and you can get a cheapo and it could be right on the mark. So we ask them to bring it in, and we will check your blood pressure and then have you check your blood pressure and see how close it is.
And then as soon as they see a blood pressure, I mean, highs and lows, there's a standard that's out there, but that can change a little bit depending on the size of the person and their history, right?
Absolutely. When you have someone who has a little bit larger body size, especially if they have larger biceps and, upper arms, they're going to need a large cuff. If they have too small of a cuff, you're going to get a blood pressure that is inaccurately high.
Got you. Dr. Ince with Mercy Medical Center, cardiologist there. Thank you so much for giving us just a couple minutes.
My pleasure. Have a good day.
You too. Well, 8:49 right now, and yeah, it's still cold outside when you go out there, and you're like, we are going to get a warm up, especially I heard 60s at some point this week, but.
Can't wait. Meteorologist Justin Chambers timing all of that out for us.
Yeah, as early as Friday, we're going to slide into those lower 60s for our highs. Saturday should see some mid, maybe even some upper 60s, even though it will come with some cloud cover and the potential for some rain showers as well. But a really pretty shot right now. And as you look out over the stadiums, all looking nice here, just 50 days out until we're all hanging out there on a Thursday in late March in Camden Yards for the home opener. 31 your temp right now. Pitchers and catchers report next week. So, I mean, things are happening down in Sarasota. They already moved all the stuff down there, and spring training getting underway very shortly. No wind to speak of at this time. Overall, our temperatures are going to be a little still kind of cool this morning with mid-30s next hour for golfers. But we're looking at temps in the mid-40s by noon into the upper 40s and lower 50s. By the way, I asked British James if he was going to maybe play golf with me in the next couple of days. He's like, no, I play in March. And I was like, all right. Of course, he did it with a British accent, and it was very charming, and I wanted to kiss him after that. But either way, that's a whole thing. All right, so our quick glance forecast, 51 for your high today. Chilly this morning, but mild conditions for the afternoon. Temperatures in the above average category. And the sun's up until 5:34, so we're getting more daylight as we get closer to that first day of spring. Meteorological spring starts on March 1st. An extra day of meteorological winter this year because we have our leap year, but it's all good. 47 your temperature in Westminster and Cockeysville, 46 in Bel Air, mid-50s in Baltimore City this afternoon with 47 your high in the capital today. Now, Now, check the temperature trend. Mid-50s tomorrow, and then here come your 60s Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, right into the weekend, even hanging on to some lower 50s by early next week. So you're good to go if you want to get the cars cleaned up Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I mean, as I mentioned, there's rain coming Saturday, but if you want to have a clean car for the rest of the week, you should be good to go. Here's our future scan. Staying dry throughout the day today and for the most part tomorrow. We'll start to tap into a little bit of that warmer air as early as tomorrow afternoon, and really on Friday, you'll see that mild air start streaming up from the south. That's what's going to increase our temperatures or help to get those numbers up there. And then as we head into Saturday morning, you can see these are the rain showers about 8, 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. And it's going to kind of pass through pretty quickly. So by Saturday afternoon, we should be done with the rain. A couple of scattered showers left over, but that's about it. Sunday is dry, but there is that next weather maker that's lurking into early next week that could bring some wintry precip, at least to parts of our state, by Tuesday morning. But here's your 7-day forecast, which includes our Be More Healthy Expo. So maybe just bring that rain jacket or the umbrella. You won't really need a jacket with a high of 64 by Saturday afternoon.
The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
Football fans are headed down the home stretch to Sunday, waiting for the countdown clock to hit all zeros and for kickoff for the big game in Las Vegas. While Sunday will pit two great teams against each other, there will also be two great coaching minds patrolling the sidelines.
Yeah, Kansas City head coach Andy Reid, he's got a couple of Super Bowl rings or big game rings, and he's won those championships in his career, but his opponent is still looking for their first. San Francisco head coach Kyle Shanahan was in this situation against the same team. You remember this, just 4 years ago in 2020. His team had a 10-point lead entering the fourth quarter, but Mahomes, yeah, they couldn't hold on to it. This time around, though, he's hoping for a different result, and he has a great outlet for advice in his father.
My dad's the best coach I've ever been around, and so to be around that good of one, I think also was a huge advantage for me. And I mean, he never was really training me to be a coach. He was just being my dad, and I mean, just the way he went about everything, just how direct he was with people, how honest he was with people, how hard he worked. Maybe he didn't always like what he had to say, but he was going to tell you the truth.
We'll see how or who comes away from Las Vegas with the championship this weekend. Taking you live right there. Kickoff is, of course, 6:30, and it's happening this Sunday.
Well, we know you're excited about the upcoming big game, and now you can celebrate it with some extra cash. Here is the chance for you to win by playing the big game trivia. Grab your phone, scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 gift card. Play the big game trivia.
Yeah, get the question right, and you can win that daily prize of a $100 gift card. The daily prize winners also, get this, will be eligible to win $5,000 automatically. Again, scan the QR code to get the big game trivia question of the day. Joe Dunn won Tuesday's big game trivia, so congratulations, Joe. We are celebrating the Chinese New Year with a traditional dish. Still to come, an award-winning chef stops by to explain the important role the holiday plays in the Chinese culture.
Plus, it's a large-scale adoption. In our next hour, we met with the organizations that are coming together to make sure every pet finds their forever home.
All that energy, right? You know, dogs and puppies.
Wish we could have that kind of energy.
We can, and we can get it in a cup.
How about that? We should take a coffee break.
We should. 8:57 and topping your morning business report. Rappers Snoop Dogg and Master P, they're suing the retail giant Walmart over their cereal. The pair claim that Walmart and Post Foods, the one that makes it, the company that makes their cereal, are working together to bury Snoop's cereal. The rappers say Post only agreed to distribute the cereal in order to shut it out of the market, and claims Walmart is not putting the cereal on store shelves. Walmart issues a statement. Many factors affect sales, including consumer demand, seasonality, and price. Now, the company says it will respond to the court once it receives the official complaint.
The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
With the large crowds expected in Vegas this weekend for the big game, a special surcharge will be in place for ride shares and taxis. Uber says the surcharge will be trips to and from Allegiant Stadium. The company says riders will pay $25 more for pickups from a designated zone. The surcharge will be higher than the one put in place for last year's Formula One sporting event. Get ready. Well, we know you're excited about the upcoming big game, and now you can celebrate it with some extra cash. Here's the chance for you to win by playing the big game trivia. Grab your phone to scan this QR code for your chance to win a $100 gift card. Play the big game trivia. You get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of a $100 gift card. The daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win $5,000. Again, scan the QR code to get the big game trivia question of the day. And congrats to Tuesday's winner, yesterday's winner, Joe Dunn. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking. If you're like me and everybody in your house is on a health journey, this Counto digital scale is really going to help you maintain a healthy lifestyle. I did a lot of research and I'm so excited about this. I'm going to show you what you get when you bring it home. But it is a digital scale and it gives you 12 different body measurements, not just your weight, because our weight really fluctuates. So this is going to give you more information, like you'll get your BMI, your bone index, and your basal metabolic rate. And if you're a new mom, it's really cool because there's a baby growth setting and you can put it in baby mode. And if you're an athlete, like I have a lot of muscle men in my house, you can also measure your muscle mass. I don't like getting on a scale. I do not, but knowledge is power, and this gives me so much information. It's really been a game changer with my health along that journey. This pairs with any smartphone, so you can take all of that data on this scale, and it's going to be on your app. Now, let me tell you how this works. The science is a little bit much. The scale can measure all these things. All you got to do, you step on it. It uses bioelectrical impedance, which measures how easily an electrical signal can move throughout your body. I know it's a lot, but that signal is going to move faster through muscle, so it can help you track what's muscle and what's fat. This is such a great deal and a cool product. Right now, we're offering 38% off the Counto scale. Head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
The verdict is in with a split conviction, and now Marilyn Mosby awaits sentencing. Coming up, just how long she could spend behind bars.
A troubling rise in Maryland crime statistics since Governor Wes Moore took office. Now, over a year into his tenure, the governor is revealing his state of the state today.
Our temperatures are cold now, but we've got warmer numbers on the way, not only today, but later this week as well. This is Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Wednesday, February 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's been keeping an eye on our forecast.
Yeah, lots of sunshine again today. We've had a real nice stretch of dry weather and really not a lot of cloud cover out there either. That's going to continue for today, and we get even warmer than where we were yesterday. Our Towson camera showing overall not too much happening out there. A warmer afternoon ahead. Temperatures staying above average today and for the next couple of days as well. You can see in your out and about cast, we'll get to those lower 40s by 11 a.m. and mid to upper 40s as we take you into the early afternoon. Should top out today right about 51. We'll drop to the 30s again tonight. It'll be another cold night, but not as cold. And then back to the mid 50s on Thursday. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about when that rain is going to impact us for the weekend coming up.
All right, we'll be watching. Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got an incident in the city causing some slowdowns. This is on 95 South past Keith Avenue. You can see we got a bit of a slowdown kind of heading into the tunnel there. Just a lot of volume, but moving through. Much better than what we had seen.
Ms. Mosby, what's your comment to the people of Baltimore?
No comment. No comment.
A jury returns a split verdict in former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's mortgage fraud trial.
Now the city's former top prosecutor awaits her sentencing for this verdict, and for the 2 counts of perjury, a different jury found her guilty of last year.
Now, the jury found Marilyn Mosby not guilty of lying on the mortgage application for her home in Kissimmee, Florida, but they decided she did lie to mortgage lenders when she bought her condo in Longboat Key.
The jury pointed to a gift letter Marilyn Mosby signed indicating her former husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, was giving her $5,000 to close on that condo. Prosecutors showing that money came from Marilyn herself and not Nick.
Marilyn Mosby has been convicted now of 3 of the 4 federal charges brought against her 2 years ago. She will be sentenced for both cases in the coming weeks. Not clear when that will happen.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live now with a closer look at how much jail time that she could see. Shannon.
Well, with these 3 convictions, Megan and Patrice, Mosby could face decades behind bars, but likely that won't be the case. All of this, though, is still up in the air as that sentencing hearing has yet to be set on the calendar. But in the meantime, we do want to take a look at the maximum penalties she could face, and they do vary for each of these convictions. So for the perjury conviction, she faces up to 5 years in prison for each charge. And for this mortgage fraud conviction, the maximum is 30 years in prison. Legal experts we spoke to, though, say the maximum penalty is not likely for any of these charges. They tell us the prosecution and defense will likely approach sentencing very differently.
But ultimately, the defense team is going to argue that these are the same transactions or similar transactions, and so the sentencing guidelines should be reduced. And the federal prosecutors are going to argue that they should be increased because they are separate incidents, separate transactions, and they should all be on top of one another. And so ultimately, the judge is going to decide how those sentencing guidelines are applied. I would suspect that we land somewhere between 18 and 24 months.
Now, Marilyn Mosby and her team say they plan to appeal the perjury convictions, but nothing has been filed yet. And as of now, it's not clear how they plan to move forward with this latest conviction. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Legal experts also say that Nick Mosby has now opened himself up for potential legal trouble while testifying in the case.
While the city council president was on the stand, prosecutors claimed that he repeatedly committed perjury on his taxes. That includes the accusation that Mr. Mosby claimed to have donated more than $20,000 to charity.
Now, when the investigation into the Mosbys first launched, federal investigators were looking into the couple's charitable donations, but tax fraud charges were never brought.
Experts say while it's not clear what will happen to Nick Mosby legally, the case could impact his reelection efforts, especially with more scrutiny on his finances as he continues to lead the city council and chair the city's spending board.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope that he's handling the city's finances and being a watchdog on the city finances better than he is in his own household. That's obvious, number one. Number two, it was fascinating to me that he testified without any sort of immunity. He certainly placed himself in significant jeopardy. Federal prosecutors certainly don't take lightly to individuals coming in and admitting to significant financial crimes on the witness stand. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out.
Well, Nick Mosby has not yet filed for re-election. That filing deadline is this Friday morning. Now, Fox 45 News first learned about the tax lien on the Mosby's home more than 3 years ago, back in October of 2020. We pressed Nick Mosby on the lien several times, and he repeatedly denied its existence.
Quick, you've denied the existence of your tax lien on your property multiple times.
I have not multiple times.
Can you say that this is the actual lien on your property?
You can talk to my attorney.
No, Tom, there's no lien placed on my home right now. There was never a lien on my property. This is not a lien on the property. There was never a lien that was rendered on my property. There is no lien on my property. There's never been a lien on my property. It's not a lien on my property. I don't have a property lien.
Fox 45 News has been following the Mosby's financial concerns and this federal investigation since we learned about that lien. We first learned about the federal investigation in March of 2021. Federal agents issuing subpoenas to several people surrounding the case. We also learned about Marilyn Mosby's purchase of the Florida homes. Fast forward now to January 13th of 2022, and that is when Marilyn Mosby is federally indicted on 2 counts of perjury and 2 counts of mortgage fraud.
I mean, it's sad because Baltimore has a long history of corruption in our local government.
There's just a pattern of kind of saying she's a victim, and in reality, a lot of this stuff is her misbehavior on a personal level.
Mosby's trial was set for May of 2022, but it was delayed 3 times. The last delay came 1 year ago after her entire defense team withdrew from the case and she was assigned public defenders. The judge delayed the trial to allow Mosby's new defense team to get up to speed on the case. Happening today, Governor Wes Moore will give his State of the State address.
Since the governor took office more than a year ago, state officials report that Maryland has seen a 220% spike in youth handgun crimes and a 63% rise in car thefts. Police say many of those offenders are juveniles. Some political observers believe there's been a change of direction for the governor's stance on crime, specifically juvenile crime.
The governor is finally emerging as a law and order governor because it's common sense. You cannot allow these young people to believe that they can manipulate the law.
He had to pivot because one of the things is a lot of the legislators, especially from Baltimore City, have been frustrated by the crime in the city that's occurred with youth violence and a variety of things.
The governor is expected to detail his administration's progress over the past year on many of the issues in Maryland, including public safety. That is taking place at noon at the Annapolis State House. This morning, the results of the Nevada Republican presidential primary are still coming in, but the race has officially been called. Let's get right over to Tom Rogers in our live center with this unusual situation, Tom.
Yeah, you could say almost historic here in Nevada because this line right here, only candidates who filed for presidential preference primary will have results displayed on this page. It's already a different system than most with primaries and caucuses for Nevada. Add in the choice of none of these candidates, and that's what you see right here under the Republican. It's officially been called for none of these candidates on that ticket. You can see Nikki Haley coming in second to no one. It's assumed former President Trump was not a choice on this ballot because he didn't register for it. Nikki Haley couldn't even win that state in the primary. He's the only major Republican candidate on the ballot. In fact, this means that yesterday's Nevada primary really doesn't mean anything. There's no delegates going to any of the Republican side other than showing the lack of support for Haley. Again, former President Trump not an option for voters on that ballot. Instead, he's participating in Nevada caucuses that are coming up tomorrow, the 8th, February 8th, the only contest in that state that will award delegates to count towards the nominating process for Republicans. Taking you to the White House now, where on the other side of the aisle, President Joe Biden securing more than 90%. In fact, I believe right now it's at, just under 90%, 89.3 according to Nevada's Silver State 2024. The votes in Nevada's Democratic primary facing no serious challengers so far. Second one was actually none of these candidates, coming in at 6% for the Democratic side and then there's other 13 to 14 other delegates or candidates that were on there that received less than 6%. Next up, though, South Carolina's Republican primary. That's coming up February 24th. Haley's home state and where her campaign has been really focusing its attention to continue moving on. And she says she will not quit even if she doesn't win South Carolina. That's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice.
All right, it's 9:10, and we need to get another check of the forecast. Nice and bright and sunny out there right now. So good to see that coming in when I just went to the newsroom.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we're going to start feeling it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I grew up in Nevada, and when I was old enough to vote, I remember going, wait, you can vote for none of these candidates? Because we could do it on all state and like city elections and county elections. And what happens is in those elections, if none wins, the person who gets second place wins. So it's just kind of Nevada's way of saying, we don't want any of you. But but the guy who's second is going to win. So anyway, good morning to all of you. Our Towson camp right now, we are looking good. Yeah, plenty of sunshine. Temps are warming up a bit. We're 37 now in Baltimore City. Most of us have climbed above freezing, 38 in Rosedale, 36 in Brooklyn Park, right above freezing there at Woodlawn at 33. So definitely grab a jacket as you're heading out. You'll need that, but might not need it as much later this afternoon. You will for sure need those shades in full effect, not only today, but all the way through the rest of this week. If you're out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, just make sure to grab an extra layer as temps will slowly start to warm to the lower 40s by about 11 a.m. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. The Biden administration now being sued for allegedly keeping details on a secret within the climate office. This as the president just appointed a new head of that department.
And after the break, the CEO of Associated Black Charities joins us to explain how they're promoting health equity in the region, plus where you can find them this weekend. 9:12, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Developing news, House Republicans attempt to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, and it failed yesterday, although just barely.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill with more on exactly what happened. And Kayla, are they going to try this all over again? Good morning.
Good morning, Megan and Patrice. So this was a pretty high-profile defeat for Republicans. Speaker Mike Johnson did tell reporters he believed they had the votes. And now to answer your question, we could see another impeachment vote next week when Majority Leader Steve Scalise returns from his cancer treatments. His vote could tip this in the GOP's favor because last night the vote just narrowly failed. It ended up being 214 to 216 and was actually initially tied at 215 to 215 with 3 Republicans voting with Democrats. Democrats for their no votes. As a procedural measure to break that tie and allow the articles of impeachment to be brought for a vote again, Chair of the conference, Utah Congressman Blake Moore, changed his vote to no. Now, many Republicans are still eager to hold Mayorkas responsible. Homeland Security Chair Mark Green, a representative from Tennessee, promised to bring these impeachment articles back, saying the guy deserves to be impeached. A reminder, this impeachment attempt is over Mayorkas' handling of the southern border and the current migration crisis. Mayorkas, though, calls the accusations baseless, false, and inaccurate.
Kayla, switching gears here, we know the Biden administration is now facing some other questions too, actually a lawsuit by an energy watchdog group. What is that lawsuit alleging?
Well, Megan, this watchdog group called the Power the Future alleges Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, that's John Kerry, has a special staff funded by taxpayers. The office Kerry leads has a multi-million-dollar budget. They focus on climate issues. The problem is the administration has kept the details secret. For example, who works there? How many people work there? What are their job titles? The Boston Herald reporting the people who work in that office are some of the highest paid federal officials, some earning upwards of $180,000 a year. Last month, John Kerry said he will soon step down from this position to help with Biden's re-election campaign. The administration has yet to comment on the lawsuit. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live in Washington. Thank you, Kayla.
Hi. How are you? Everybody good?
Yeah.
You good over there?
Woo!
I'm like Elmo, you know, like, I'm just checking in. Everybody good?
That has been hysterical,
I know.
watching the responses on that.
Got to check in on y'all. Make sure everybody's doing good. It is a Wednesday after all, and yeah, it's been cold in the morning times, but overall our days have been pretty nice in the afternoon. My friend Eric doesn't think so. He's complaining about the weather. He always complains about stuff. But meanwhile, looking outside over the Bromo Seltzer Tower clock, I have complained maybe once or twice in my life, and overall that clock is on point, so I'm happy about that. Up and down the East Coast, we're seeing very dry conditions here. Lots of sunshine, not much to get in our way, not only here, but throughout most of the Midwest, the Central Plains. You got to go to the Rockies, really, and the Intermountain West to get some of that snow, which is where our weather maker is hanging out. This is the same weather system that brought all of the wind and rain and the flooding to parts of Southern California, even getting some rain in Las Vegas ahead of that Super Bowl coming up on Sunday. By this weekend, should dry out nicely as we are getting into parts of Southern Nevada. But right here, not too bad either. Upper 40s and lower 50s. You can see those numbers through the next 12 hours rising steadily throughout the day today. A lot of us in the 40s and 50s for your high temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties today. 51 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties in the mid to upper 40s. Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena right there about 48 for your high today. Eastern Shore, friends, you're in the low to mid 40s for Chestertown down through Centerville. Eastern at Talbot County 45. Got to stop in at Easton Airport yesterday. That was real nice. Our pilot cast, VFR conditions, visual flight rules all day. Not as bumpy as it was yesterday. We'll see a lot less wind and temperatures that'll eventually climb nicely. In fact, 54 tomorrow. We're talking low to mid 60s for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we've got some very nice temperatures on the way, even though we do have to deal with some rain for our Be More Healthy Expo on Saturday. Overall, our temperatures still are going to be well above average. Another weather maker coming in early next week.
All right, Justin, speaking of the Be More Healthy Expo, it is this Saturday, and new this year is a health equity zone to connect and educate the community about certain health conditions that impact people of color. President and CEO of Associated Black Charities, Chrissy Thornton, is joining us this morning with the resources that are available. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
And welcome to the Be More Healthy Expo. It's going to be good to have you all. So let's talk, first of all, when we talk about health equities, what does that mean for you, and what is the impact that we're seeing on communities of color?
So for Associated Black Charities, we look at all of the different ways that structural racism has impacted the lives of Black people, Black families, and the Black community. And certainly when we look at access to education, access to housing, and these things that where Black people and other people of color have been marginalized, we look at how they contribute to the social determinants of health. And so for us, health equity and access is of utmost importance because we need to make sure that our community can be successful, that we can live and thrive, and that we can have access to the things that we need to be healthy.
And so your organization is part of making those resources available in those communities. Give me an example. How do you help bridge the gap to the access?
It has been extremely important to us to partner with other healthcare providers providers and healthcare institutions, as well as community organizations and patient advocacy organizations. Okay. We believe in the nothing about us without us frame of approach to the work, and so we are amplifying the voices of organizations, mostly grassroots, that are focusing on people of color, led by people of color, and really amplifying the voices of our community so our experiences can be better communicated.
And you all are going to be at the Be More Healthy Expo this year. What will you be doing there?
We are. We were so excited at the opportunity to partner this year because I believe for the first time ever it's in February, which is Black History Month. And so we used that opportunity to talk to the organizers about what it would look like to have a health equity zone, to really focus on health equity, to really be intentional about providing resources for communities that typically aren't at the forefront of these conversations. And so we used our partnership to bring forward some of our patient advocacy partners that'll be in the health equity zone with Associated Black Charities to talk about diseases that disproportionately affect Black people.
All right. Well, we will see you there. We'll be there all day.
Be there.
So
absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate it. All right. So we invite all of you to come join us for the Be More Healthy Expo. Again, it is this Saturday at the Baltimore Convention Center. The free event includes health screenings, cooking, dance demonstrations, and of course, you get a chance to meet your favorite Fox 45 News personality. So again, Be More Healthy Expo runs Saturday, February 10th from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m.
Yeah, Baltimore Symphony Orchestra is celebrating the Lunar New Year. We'll talk about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
And while Mark has fun there, later on in the show, we dive into some traditional dishes as we bring in the Lunar New Year right here in studio. It's 9:22. You're watching Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
This week. We are diving into the sounds of the new year with the BSO. We're talking about the Lunar New Year.
Mark Clark, live at the Symphony with some of the musical performances that we can expect. Oh, Mark, we can hear it already.
That's right, they're getting warmed up back there for a 10 o'clock program. Bo Lee is here with us. So, Bo, tell us about the program happening for the Lunar New Year.
Nice to see you again. And so this will be the second time we'll have a Lunar New Year concert. Last year was very successful, and the hall was packed, so we're hoping to do the same this year. And our concert program features well-known works by Chinese and Korean composer, and as well as familiar composers like Shostakovich and Ravel. And also we feature 3 international known artists. And Meng Du is the conductor, is the social conductor from Pittsburgh Symphony, and the virtuoso erhu player Kathy Young is going to perform Tendons, Crouching Tiger, and the Hidden Dragon. And then also the pianist Tony Wu is first gold medalist from first China competition.
Oh.
So, and before the show from 5 to 7 in the lobby, we'll have a various program features local artists from different community. And after the show, we have a student ensemble.
I love it. So, Bo, always great to see you. A lot of great things happening. Make sure you make plans to come down, guys. Great celebration and a great time here, Baltimore Symphony Orchestra.
All right, Mark, it does sound like a great time. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, another cold start with warmer temperatures in the afternoon. Later on in the week, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking 60s. We've got his forecast after the break.
We continue to investigate how the city is spending its money. Coming up, we'll look at the millions of dollars going to nonprofits that are not in good standing with the state. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We need to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's fist bumping over there. You're excited.
It's Lunar New Year. I mean, we have a celebrity in the house as we speak. They're setting up right now, but eventually, in just a little while, we get to meet a local chef who's an award-winning chef, and he's amazing. We can't wait to talk to him about Lunar New Year, so Chinese New Year coming up. All right, here we go. Let's take a look outside right now and see what's happening. Beautiful shot here over the city. Charm City looking nice with lots of sunshine at this hour. And our temperatures that are rising a little bit. We're 37 in Baltimore City, 38 in Annapolis and Stevensville. Right at the freezing mark in Cockeysville, you're still at 32. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, 30s and lower 40s. Just get that extra layer on if you are going to be out there. 51 today, 54 tomorrow, 60 on Friday. So there's that nice little warm up, and we're going to get even warmer as we get into this weekend. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network at this hour. And no incidents to report, but you are still seeing plenty of volume out there on the roads. You're taking a look at 695 right at Interstate 70 and then 895 at Shell Road, and you can see they are slow moving in some directions there. So just give yourself some time if you're heading out.
Former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is found guilty on one of 2 counts in her federal mortgage fraud trial.
Throughout the trial, Mosby's defense team tried to convince the jury that her ex-husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, hid financial information from her for years and that she didn't knowingly lie on any mortgage application.
Attorney Kurt Nachman, who is not affiliated with the case, says that he is slightly surprised by the split verdict.
Clearly, the jurors were listening, that they keyed in on the one particular note, and that maybe they did believe Ms. Mosby's testimony that she really did trust at the time her husband was taking care of the finances. Obviously, did not believe them at all with regard to the gift note that sort of highlighted that one purchase of the Longboat Key property.
U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron released a statement on the verdict saying, "We humbly respect the court's considered rulings, opposing counsel's zealous advocacy and the wisdom of both jury verdicts in the case, and we remain focused on our mission to uphold the rule of law."
Mosby was found guilty on 2 counts of perjury in a previous federal trial. She plans to appeal all 3 convictions and will be sentenced at a later date. Fox 45 News will continue to follow these breaking developments and bring you any updates on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. Continuing coverage now this morning, taxpayer advocates are raising concerns about the state's Thrive Academy.
It is set to receive $4.4 million as part of Governor Westmore's crime plan. Now, the nonprofit academy provides incentives to at-risk youth who stay out of trouble, including work stipends and college tuition. Organizers say it's modeled off of Baltimore's group violence reduction strategy, calling that program a huge success. But West Baltimore, where GVRS was piloted, ended last year as the deadliest district in the city.
Concern over funding for some nonprofits stretched back for months. A Fox 45 News investigation in December revealed more than 30 city organizations were not in good standing with the state, but still collected $65 million in tax dollars. This morning we have Shannon Lilly joining us live with an update on that investigation. Shannon.
Well, since we first reported this, Megan, the numbers have improved, but it still appears that the city is funneling millions of dollars to nonprofits that are not in good standing. In fact, Adam Andrzejewski with OpenTheBooks.com has been looking into nonprofits for months, and he says 21 of the top 100 nonprofits which have received city funding are not in good standing with the state of Maryland.
The vetting process at the city has to be broken. No one's asking the basic question, are you properly registered with the state, before we cut you millions of dollars worth of city money on grants?
Just one example of that, a $50,000 boost grant to the Women of Be More Empowered, awarded by the Downtown Partnership just 6 months ago. 6 months earlier, the city's Board of Estimates approved another $25,000 for the nonprofit. Now, the operations director at the nonprofit is now the mayor's fiance. But Be More Empowered is not in good standing with the state of Maryland. The Secretary of State has deemed the nonprofit's account delinquent, yet the organization still solicits donations on its website, and that's something Andrzejewski says they should not be doing.
Well, they're not supposed to be soliciting from people if they're not in compliance with the state. These laws are designed to prevent public ripoffs, and that's why the state of Maryland has the law. It's just not being followed by many of these nonprofits.
In the meantime, we did reach out to the mayor's office to find out why the city is sending money to nonprofits who are not in compliance with the state. We did not receive a reply. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Developing this morning, the 18-year-old facing more than 60 charges in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting will remain in an adult facility, despite a push from defense attorneys to have him held at a juvenile facility.
Tristan Jackson's charges include more than 24 counts of attempted murder and conspiracy to commit murder.
A judge also ruled court proceedings related to the case will remain open. The defense argues that will put Jackson at risk and taint the jury pool, while prosecutors say sealing the documents would control how the case is covered in the media, which is not the court's role. Legal expert Yuripsi Morgan says the people of Brooklyn deserve transparency.
Feeling safe again and knowing that the criminal justice system is doing everything it can to make sure that the perpetrators of that crime are being dealt with effectively.
Well, police say Jackson is seen several times on surveillance footage firing shots into the crowd. They also say GPS coordinates from an ankle monitor that Jackson was wearing related to a previous crime place him at the scene on the night of the shooting. 9:36 now. Here are some stories making headlines across the state.
The Baltimore County Police Department is investigating a crash that happened along Pulaski Highway in Rosedale yesterday afternoon. Police say 3 people were trapped inside their cars after a crash. 4 patients were taken to the hospital, and hazmat teams were also on scene to help clean up a diesel spill. Investigators say 2 trucks and an MTA bus were involved in this, and it's unclear what led up to that crash. Coming up from the Live Center, former President Trump celebrating a win in the desert while Supreme Court Justice determines his political future.
And we are clear but cold this morning. Later in the week, we could see temperatures in the 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is breaking it all down for us. 9:37, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Tomorrow, former President Donald Trump's lawyers are set to appear at the U.S. Supreme Court, and he's not expected to be there with them.
It is for arguments over Trump's ballot eligibility. Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center with more. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. As we're taking a live look over the White House this morning, former president will not be in the nation's capital. He'll instead be at his Florida resort in Mar-a-Lago before traveling to a Nevada caucus in Las Vegas. Now, meanwhile, the Supreme Court justices will be determining Trump's ballot eligibility nationwide. The case came to them after Colorado Supreme Court threw him off the state's ballot under the 14th Amendment ban on insurrections holding public office, even though he is now on there because it's waiting for their decision. Trump arguing to SCOTUS that provisions does not apply to presidents. And even if it did, his lawyers say he did not engage in insurrection. Well, Trump's decision to stay away is a stark difference from past court appearances. Polls show with each court appearance, his numbers actually go up. And this comes as the Republican National Committee chairwoman is stepping down. The New York Times reports Ronna McDaniel told former President Trump that she's calling it quits after the South Carolina primary that will be taking place February 24th. McDonald has faced pressure to step down for months, with calls only growing after the RNC reported poor fundraising numbers. Trump will likely promote Michael Whatley as her replacement. He's current chairman of North Carolina Republican Party and a Trump supporter. A vote, though, is still needed to select the new party leader. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
After the break, we're ringing in the Lunar New Year with tasting of traditional dishes that you can make at home.
And if you are still looking for a special someone for Valentine's Day, you don't need a date. Just get a new furry friend at this weekend's mega adoption event. Bring home a new pet. It's 9:42 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, 9:44 is your time right now. Chinese New Year. We've been talking about it for the last couple of days. It's happening this Saturday, so now's the time to learn about some celebrations and, of course, try some delicious food. Chef and owner of Peter Chang Restaurant and James Beard finalist, Peter Chang himself right here, along with translator and manager of Peter Chang Baltimore, Chris Chan. So, as I say, we're joining our traditional New Year's dish here, and for that, I say, 新年快乐.
Yes, happy Chinese New Year.
See, I've been practicing at least a little bit. So, okay, talk about a little bit what we have here this morning.
It's a sweet and sour bronzino. It is crispy on the outside and juicy on the inside with delicious sauce poured all over.
So when people see bronzino, a lot of times they think, okay, this is actually the full fish that Peter is cooking. And, you know, as we mentioned, he's cooked for the Chinese Embassy, 15 restaurants all around the region. Of course, Ni Hao, which we all love in Canton, and Peter Chang's restaurant now, the new one also there in Baltimore. So what is he doing with this, and how is he preparing it?
Oh, he's frying to make it extra crispy, and then he has sauce already cooked, and then he'll pour over the sauce on top of the fish.
What are some of the things that people typically order when they come to your restaurants?
Peking duck, bronzino, and dim sum, and other authentic Sichuan dishes that are spicy and delicious.
And are those all good for part of celebrating the Chinese New Year, not just going out and having traditional Chinese food, right?
Yes. And the bronzino especially is part of the Chinese traditional dinner, because fish in Chinese, the word fish and extra is the same sound word, and then it symbolizes extra and surplus, and then it carries our wishes that everyone in the new year will have extra luck, extra joy, and extra health.
I love that. Okay, can I ask the chef something? So, chef, what's your favorite meal to cook?
你最喜欢做的是哪一道菜？
我还是非常喜欢做鱼。
This one, any fish.
Any fish is good, right?
因为在中国人里面年年有余，所以春节一定要吃那个全鱼。
Yes, chef said we always eat fish. Every family dinner on Chinese New Year will always include fish.
Because it's good for prosperity and health.
它代表着家庭的福荣和那个美满。
It wish everybody Happy New Year and everybody have a extra year.
Okay, good. And you can go to Peter Chang, the restaurant, peterchangbaltimore.com is a good website to show off some of the restaurants. And I said, and Ni Hao is a great restaurant as well that we say as well. So, okay, Shay?
Thank you. You're welcome.
See, I tried to learn Chinese very quickly before. Oh, that looks really good. Okay, we're going to try this in a little bit. I've got to go do some weather over here in a minute. So, okay. All right. He's got the food. I've got the weather. That's what I know. I know I can speak weatherese as best as I can. When my wife and I travel, we love to try to learn at least some of the languages of the different countries. We haven't been to China yet, so that's on our list. Our weather headlines right now, looking great outside. Plenty of sunshine at this time. 37 is your temperature right now. We're on our way to the lower 50s here, so a warmer afternoon ahead. Those temperatures staying above average for this time of year. And overall on your day planner, next hour will be in the upper 30s here in Baltimore, your MetroCast day planner. Numbers that will get to the lower 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. Oh, doggy, calm down. I got to do the weather. We'll be back into the upper 40s in that 3 and 4 and even 5 o'clock hour. I hope they leave some of the bronzino because I definitely want to try that before they leave because it looked really good and it smells good in here. I know, puppy. I know. All right, so upper 40s and lower 50s across central Maryland. These are your high temps today, just a little bit above average and a bit warmer than where we were yesterday. Mid 40s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., right about 50 in the district today. 56 in Charleston, West Virginia. So warmer air is just to the west of us. And look what's going on, guys, as we take you into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Temperatures climbing nicely. We'll be in the mid 50s Thursday, low to mid 60s into this upcoming weekend. So it should be a very nice weekend temperature-wise. Now, we have some rain to get through, but next 3 days at the car wash, you're good to go to clean up those rides as we have those dry days ahead. Just know that rain's coming in on Saturday. And you can see that here on our future scan. Everything is nice and dry for the next couple of days. We'll get some of that warmer air trending up from the south. That's that southerly flow that we talk about, and that's going to be ahead of our next weather maker, which comes in on Saturday morning. So we'll wake up with some slightly wet conditions, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, some scattered light showers. Rain's not going to be with us all day. It moves out of here in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So if you are heading out to the Health Expo overall, just have the umbrella ready to go. But by the time you walk out of there in the afternoon, should be good to go. And then that next weather maker coming in on Monday night into Tuesday could bring some colder weather and colder wintry precip as well.
Want to see where that big bark came from? Check out the puppy puddles on the couch. warm your heart and your home this Valentine's Day with a new pet. We have Assistant Director of Communications for Barks, Noelle Patterson, joining us along with Alexa Jones from the Baltimore Humane Society to talk about the Valentine's Mega Adopt-a-thon that is happening this Saturday. Two of them be up for adoption. We've got Chip here and Mocha. Thank you guys for coming in. Oh my goodness, these faces. Tell us what's happening on Saturday.
Yes, so this Saturday, February 10th at Pimlico Racecourse, we are hosting a mega adoption event. It's with Barks, Baltimore Humane Society, Maryland SPCA, and Baltimore County Animal Services, and we are waiving adoption fees for all animals that will be there.
And this is huge. You guys, some of them are at capacity right now, and these animals need to find a home.
Absolutely, yes. The event is going to be taking place from 10 to 3 at the Pimlico racetrack. It's going to be on the second floor, and we're anticipating a lot of animals in attendance, people, and we're just ready to get these guys forever homes.
It's a great chance for you to come and meet some of these pets. You can look online at some of their websites to see who might be available. If we are coming with the intent of taking one of these pets home with us, what do we need to bring?
Yes, so we will have dogs, puppies, cats, kittens, and even little friends like guinea pigs and rabbits available for adoption. So if anybody is coming with the intent to adopt, they need to bring ID and proof of address and need to be at least 18 years old. We do ask that people do not bring their personal pets to the event. If they are looking for a dog that might be a good match for their dog at home, they can arrange a time later. They could still fill out the application, put a hold on them, but we would make sure that they could do the meet and greet after the event.
Chip's like, I'm cool with this. This is going to be a great time. They are actually from the same litter. They're related.
They are.
That's why this is there's a good bond going on right here.
Yes.
Oh my
They love
goodness.
each other.
I can't imagine how much love you're filled with every day in seeing these faces, but even so, that much more important of finding them a home.
Absolutely. And at Barks, we've been over capacity again and again, especially with dogs. And a lot of our local shelter partners will pull dogs from Baltimore, from Barks, because we are open admission. But even so, our limited admission shelter friends are also at capacity because if adoptions are down, we have so many more dogs coming in.
Right.
It's going to affect all of our shelters, not just Barks.
And we look at these puppies and it makes me melt, but you've got a dog for everyone. There's older dogs, some golden girls and boys still looking for homes as well.
Yes, of course. You know, there's a lid for every pot, and there's absolutely kitties in attendance too that are looking for homes. So of course, people that love cats too.
Again, this Saturday, do you need to register or get tickets before coming out?
Nope, we do encourage people to get there early. There's typically a long line out the door. So get there before 10. When doors open, you can have your pick of the litter, so to speak.
Pick of the litter. What do you guys think of that? Good luck to you, sweet ones, and to all of them out there. We appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, after the break, we're going to have that final look at the forecast with meteorologist Justin Chambers. A look at the weekend and beyond. What it's going to bring might be good dog walking weather. 9:52 now on Good Day Baltimore. Oh my goodness, puppy puddles.
All right, our 10-day forecast, 51 today, mid-50s tomorrow, milder on Friday. We do have some rain this weekend, but look at those low to mid-60s. Even next week, our temps kind of hang in the lower 50s. So even what we're talking about Monday night to Tuesday, maybe some wintry precip, especially in the western part of our state. Notice those numbers do come down a bit by the middle of next week. It is February, but overall, it's also Chinese New Year coming up this Saturday. So we say, 新年快乐.
新年好.
新年快乐.
新年好. Yeah.
Okay. See, I was trying, and we're trying the Bronzino, right?
How do you say the fish is amazing?
That's